Cheryl, you ready? All right. Joint public hearing of the Salem City Council and Planning Board held in the council chamber on Tuesday, January 26, 2016 at 6:30 p.m. for the purpose of discussing an ordinance relative to the zoning map for 297-305 Bridge Street from R2 residential 2-family to be rezoned to B4 business wholesale and automotive per MGL Chapter 40A Section 5. Notice of this hearing was posted on January 20th, 2016 at 2:30 p.m. From the City Council, all members except for Councilor Ryan are currently here. Councilor Ryan is on his way from a work function and will be here shortly. This just to give you guys everybody here in the room a little bit of explanation as to the process. This is the first of multiple joint public hearings multiple public hearings that will be held this evening. This first one is a joint public hearing with the planning board specific to discussing zoning. For this, we have the planning board here. Once we have proceeded through and seen the materials on the proposal and also gone through the public hearing process with the planning board on this, we will close the first public hearing. We will let the planning board go off on their way. More people can come into the room and take over the seats they vacate. And we will then proceed on with the rest of our rather significant agenda for the evening. I made a request yesterday in trying to manage the crowds that people sign up in advance to speak if possible. We do have a sign-up sheet up here. We'll be working from that first, but we do intend that anybody who wants to speak will ultimately get the chance to do so, but we will be hearing the people who requested it in writing first. But that means we will still get to you. We're going to go through the list and then move our way on so we have an idea as to what we have in front of us. Also, to let you guys know, this particular public hearing process will most likely continue beyond tonight. We will determine if we get to that point, we will determine a date that we will hear the remainder of the public hearing on and proceed basically as long as it takes and for as many hearings as it takes to get everybody's opinions in and registered. We have a number of people who have submitted their opinion by email or by mail. We've got those all for the record, both pro and against. We have a number of signatures pro and against, and we will be acknowledging all of that. So to start this off, we have the joint public hearing of the planning board relative to an ordinance to amend an ordinance relative to the zoning map for 297-305 Bridge Street from R2 2-family to be rezoned to B4 business wholesale and automotive. And I believe our first step here is to introduce to us the members of the planning board who are here in attendance this evening, starting with our chair, Ben Anderson.
Kurt Rieger, Bill Brissett,
Dale Yale,
Helen Sides,
Carol Hamilton,
Matt Dino.
Noah Koratz.
Thank you. And to open the presentation to the council and planning board, I believe first we'll have Mayor Driscoll. So, Mayor, if you would address us.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you this evening. And thanks to the councilors and planning board members and everybody who's here. You can tell this project has a lot of interest, and we're looking forward to talking about it, talking through it, and trying to start off on the right foot with respect to what's happening on this site. I'm just going to give you a little bit of background, a little bit of context, and then I'm going to ask Lynn Duncan to go through our zoning presentation. We're going to try and be brief. We know there's a lot of folks who have something to say, and we want people to be able to convey their thoughts on this project going forward. We also know the petitioners are here, and they've got a presentation so that we can provide as much information as possible to the people who are in this room about the proposed project. Just a little bit of context. We've been working on this initiative with respect to the Universal Steel site. Many of us recall the abandoned site, brownfield, severely contaminated, leftover buildings had been abandoned by the prior owner. Also a significant tax title property owing us in excess of $600,000 in back taxes. We worked collaboratively with folks at DEP, EPA, and Mass Development to seize this property and cobble together resources to remediate and clean up the site with the idea of it being a temporary parking lot. And I want to be really clear, we had an opportunity to meet with neighbors and abutters throughout that process of both the cleanup, a very public process with EPA and DEP, and sort of the next steps. And throughout that process, we were really clear this was going to be a temporary parking lot. And frankly, there were a lot of residents who wanted assurances it was going to be a temporary parking lot. There were concerns about things like noise and litter and lighting and what was going to happen next. There's, a lot of information with respect to when those meetings took place and what we conveyed. And it was always one very simple, clear message. We're going to use this parking lot we're going to use this as a temporary parking lot structure during construction of the T garage because we knew we wouldn't be able to access that land. And afterwards, we are going to put out an RFP. We're going to look for redevelopment. We are going to move forward with something else on that site. Because we took it from tax title, we simply could have auctioned it off. That's the way, in fact, we handle a lot of tax title property, a simple auction process. We didn't do that because we wanted to have a more thoughtful approach to it. We knew there were issues in terms of abutters' concerns. We knew there were issues in terms of how properly to convey this parcel given its usage, whether it was a walkway that was through it or access for tenants in the back of the property. We weren't sure there was interest at the time. At some of those abutters meetings, Webb's actually was in the room as an abutter to the site and expressed some interest. We are a little, myself and others who were at those meetings, are a little surprised with the level of hostility this project has brought about, and I'm really sorry about that. When we started this discussion about the cleanup, the temporary parking lot, assurances it would be temporary, and then the next step of what would happen, this RFP process or redevelopment process of some style or manner, Webb's at the time had said, hey, we might be interested. They put their hand up in these meetings and recognized that they'd been looking for sites, would like to expand here. And we really didn't get any, I would say, negative feelings. Most people at that meeting, and that doesn't mean that everybody here was at those meetings, but those who were there gave us certainly the impression that Webb's had been a good neighbor and they were certainly open to that type of commercial development. The site was only cleaned up to a commercial level, so there was never an opportunity to really think about residential. It would take substantially more dollars to clean this up to a level that could accommodate a residential use. As I said, we could have just simply auctioned off this property. We went out through this RFP process because we want it to be thoughtful. I'm a little surprised, as I said, about the hostility, but even more so the tenor of some of the messaging around this about it's a big box, accusations about why we're doing this, misinformation about the height of a building. I hope that we can clear some of that up today, and I hope we can look at this the way that I do, which is an opportunity to improve a brownfield, have a nice corridor along Bridge Street, and an opportunity to help the neighborhood. I don't look at this as either or, that we either are going to have a commercial development on Bridge Street or we're going to have an abomination in the neighborhood. As the mayor of the community, I take my responsibility seriously of providing community assets. It took a lot of work, a lot of energy, and a lot of time to cobble together the resources and get that ugly Universal Seal site redeveloped to the point where it could be redeveloped. We didn't do that so we could put in place something that was an abomination. And I think going forward, as information is gained and feedback and input is heard, there is an opportunity to have a beautiful enhanced corridor along Bridge Street and a proper business abutting a historic neighborhood. I do think that's something that we do well here in Salem. I can point to numerous projects that are commercial, abutting a residential neighborhood. We're only 8 square miles. It happens all the time. And frankly, we rely a lot on the expertise of the planning board to manage those issues. And there's not a project I could point to that I say, I wish we had it to do over again. They do a pretty good job of recognizing, hearing, there are past planning board members here as well, hearing those concerns and addressing them, and some of the expertise we are able to bring to the table, either by the people who are the boards or the additional technical expertise we bring on board, help ensure that we end up with quality projects. And I know that with Webb's, we have a partner that's been here since 1940. It's an existing business. They want to grow here. They want to provide more jobs. That's usually a plus in a community. We have an active neighborhood, wonderful historic gem on one side of the street. On the other side, pretty much a retail or a commercial corridor that can be enhanced with a lot of brownfields. So I hope folks will be open to what's ahead, listening to what we think this can be, and come at this from the perspective of doing what's in the best interest of our community. I think you'll see as we go forward why we're so excited about this and why we think this can be a positive, not just for our entire community, but particularly for the people who live closest to this site. And with that, I'd ask Lynn Duncan to go up and go through the zoning, particular background with respect to why we're requesting the zoning change. And I'll be here all night, and I'll be happy to answer more questions if there are any along the way.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, councilors and the public. So my job is really to just clarify the rezoning proposal, try to speak to a little bit of the technical information, and set the context, since this is also the joint public hearing with the planning board. So there are 3 parcels to be rezoned, and I know that there's been some confusion about that. So I guess this does not, oh, there it is. Okay, so this is, I'm outlining the current Universal Steel site. That's one of the parcels. A portion of Beckford Way. Beckford Way extends all the way up to River Street, but we're talking about this portion that is located between Universal Steel and Alpha Auto at 311 Bridge Street. So that is the entirety of the parcel to be rezoned. The existing Webb's building is over here. Okay. Next slide. So this is what those 3 parcels look like. So Universal Steel site, as we all know, has been turned into a temporary parking lot. On the right is Beckford Way Extension and the Alpha Auto site on the bottom. So the portion of Beckford Way, it's only a portion of Beckford Way that we're proposing as part of this project. As you can see from the photo, it's not paved today and not maintained. So the mayor talked a lot about the background, so I won't dwell on it, but the Universal Steel and Trading Company stored and processed scrap metal on the site. It was an industrial site, really up until the not too distant past. It was abandoned and in tax title. It was an inordinate effort trying to coordinate the Environmental Protection Agency, 2 different divisions, the Department of Environmental Protection at the state level, and mass development in terms of who would fund what and what was eligible for what program. I could track emails back to 2007 trying to coordinate and get this site cleaned up. So now we're in 2016 instead of a 9-year effort. City did the final tax foreclosure in June 2012. We have held 3 public meetings to discuss the cleanup and reuse, and at the invitation of the River Street residents, I think we started out, Tom Devine, a senior staff planner with the planning department, and actually, you know what, just take a minute, also introduce Amanda Chincola, who, our newest staff planner, who also staffs the planning board. I want to sort of say River Street invited Tom and I think we started out in John's living room and ended up in Dick Luecki's kitchen, did a tour of River Street. So we've tried to meet with the neighbors and be as responsive and transparent as we can. And I see John nodding, so I take that as a yes, we did. Thank you. Okay. So EPA completed the remediation work in September of 2013. The parking lot was opened in fall of 2014 while the MBTA was constructing the garage. We issued the RFP in February of 2015 and received 1 proposal from an affiliate of Webb, Sun King LLC. So the proposal, as I think most of you know, it's an expansion of the existing Webb's facility, but now includes a showroom as well as a warehouse and office. It includes utility and pedestrian easements as well. So the intent was always to redevelop the site, and in fact, when we held meetings, as the mayor mentioned, the neighborhood was actually opposed to a parking lot, did not want the traffic, did not want the lights. I committed to not leaving this as a temporary parking lot. So you will hear more about what the proposed Webb's project is from representatives of the company. I just wanted to tell you what it is not. Also heard this from the mayor. It is not a big box. The site is not large enough to accommodate a big box store. So with Amanda's help, IKEA is about a 300,000 square foot facility, 2 stories. This, outlined in the red dash lines, would be the first floor of a two-floor IKEA. It actually would extend over Federal Street. It would take up much of River Street. It would go all the way, quite a distance down Bridge Street, and that does not even include the ocean. Usually you hear sea of parking, but I would say ocean of parking that such a big box store would require. The Webb's proposal is approximately 39, almost 40,000 square feet. So it is not a big box. Okay. So zoning in the area, we know that this site is zoned R2. We know that a lot of the surrounding properties are in fact residential 2, which allows a single or basically two-family use. The existing downtown development is nearby. I think what is actually more telling than the zoning in the area is actually the existing land use. So a little bit hard to see actually from this distance, and I'm sure harder for the people out in the hallway. But there are a number of, in the blue, a number of parcels that are commercial or warehouse, including both ends of Bridge Street. There are that's in sort of the gray. The blue are automotive repair and sales. So there's a number of uses on the existing corridor that are not consistent with the R2 zoning. And in fact, the photo on the left, directly across from the Universal Steel site, is the MBTA and Pan Am rail yard. So that's really an industrial use, and that's what it looks like from that site. Okay. So these are the other, instead of looking at it in plan view, these are what the parcels look like as you would be down on Bridge Street, so other commercial and automotive uses. Again, none of these uses are consistent with R2 zoning, and this is not part of the McIntyre district. So what does R2 zoning allow? What does B4 zoning allow? The request is to rezone the 3 parcels again from R2, residential 2-family, to B4. So in R2, you can do by right, single family, 2-family, childcare, reading down the list, agriculture, education, religious purposes. In the B4, this is a partial listing. By right, you could do a bank and professional office, personal service, a restaurant with no alcohol. You can do retail, wholesale warehouse or distribution, vehicle light service and sales, and storage building supply. So the Webb's proposal would fall under the wholesale warehouse category. In terms of process, just so everyone knows, after the close of the public hearing, the planning board has 21 days to vote on a recommendation to council. So assuming the public hearing closes tonight at the next planning board meeting, this would be on the planning board's agenda to deliberate and vote a recommendation to council. I do want to urge everyone who has comments on the rezoning to make them tonight, because when the planning board deliberates after the close of the hearing, they will, no further public comments could be entertained. So they would not be able to take additional public comments because it would not be fair and equitable because it would no longer be the public hearing. So it is important to hear all the comments this evening on the rezoning. So reasons to rezone, what are the community benefits? Again, so this is really a summary. Mayor touched on probably all of these. It's commercial redevelopment in an old industrial area, keeps a local business in Salem and enhances their operation. We have been working with Webb's for several years to try to find them a site to do their new warehouse, showroom, and office facility, and have not been able to find anything. It's not easy in a city with 8 square miles where there's not a lot of available land. So this would keep a local business in Salem, enhance their operation. It would be new growth, which equals tax revenue. The building is probably in excess of $3 million. It would add vibrancy and activity to the city, provide services to contractors and residents, would retain the existing, I think it's 14 jobs, and provide employment opportunities for an additional 8 to 10 full-time employees. It would improve this section of Bridge Street. And as we've seen, the residential 2 zoning does not work because there's a deed restriction on the property that prohibits residential uses because it's not cleaned up to a residential standard. And it is consistent with the 1996 master plan, which includes this area as a focus area for economic and institutional development. Talks about economic development goals and strategies are intended to increase economic diversity, preserve and promote existing economic strengths, and focus particularly on downtown development and redevelopment of vacant sites. Specifically retain existing firms and attract new business, redevelop vacant public and private sites, determine environmental status of vacant sites, pursue state and federal assistance for environmental cleanup, which we certainly did, and promote use of programs to encourage cleanup and then the reuse of the site. In fact, the Mass Development Grant was called a Pad Ready Grant, Pad Ready for redevelopment. And then through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to introduce the FW Webb team. I think as we've done on other rezonings such as Irving Oil, when we're doing a rezoning, it seems only reasonable for people to see what is proposed for the new use. Thank you.
Mr. President, members of the council, thank you. My name is Joseph Correnti from the firm of Serafini, Dowling and Correnti, 63 Federal Street in Salem, representing FW Webb and Sun King LLC. And Sun King LLC is the realty trust arm for this property for Webb. For these purposes and for the hearing, we can use FW Webb and Sun King LLC interchangeably. They're one and the same. We support the rezoning petition, and we'd like you to rezone this parcel because this is a parcel that, in fact, abuts our operation directly. We have a brief PowerPoint presentation that we want to show you, and it'll talk a little bit about Webb's history in Salem and, more importantly, give you an insight and an overview of the concept that Webb is looking at as part of its proposal and the RFP that was submitted to the city for this land. So we'll let you take a look at that. And of course, we'll be here for all the public hearings this evening to follow. But at this point, I would like to introduce the Webb team that is here. Bob Mucciaroni from FW Webb. Bob is one of the executives at Webb who oversees these sites and development. Bob Matvichuk is here. Bob is the manager of the Salem store. I think most of the people in the neighborhood, Bob's a Salem resident. He manages the Webb down on Bridge Street. And Andy Macbeth from Greenleaf Construction is here. And Greenleaf is a company that Webb uses as it looks at redevelopment and refurbishment of its facilities. So would like to, if it's okay with you, Mr. President, launch into our PowerPoint, and we'll move through that fairly quickly, and Bob Matvichuk will introduce the first few slides.
Good evening, Mayor Driscoll, City Council members, Planning Board members, City Hall personnel, and citizens of Salem. My name is Bob Matvichuk. I'm the store manager down at Bridge Street. Been doing that for 25 years for Webb. We are here tonight to present our vision for the Universal Steel lot with the intention of bringing our operation into the 21st century, striving to become a greater resource for the community. We go to our first slide. Little history on Webb. As you can see, we first opened up in Salem, downtown by the police station in 1944. We moved to its present location in the early 50s to make way for the railroad station. This is a picture of the first third of FW Webb in 1892. I guess some might say our original building that was started in 1892, along with the other commercial businesses pictured. If you take a close look, you'll see it's dotted to the right with different businesses, a cement drain, pipe and stone business. I'm told it was a hardware store, a carpentry business. But it was the result of commercial development in this area that was integrated with the surrounding neighborhoods. This is a lot of history. We've had these hung up in our store for probably 60 or 70 years, and I've heard different stories from some of the old timers that have come in and commented about them. 20 to 30 years later, we see that the building grew by one more story and tripled in length to its existing size. You'll notice on either side of the building, I'm told there was some sort of lumber business on one side and a company called Morrison and Young, which were some type of carriers. I think it's important that these pictures show the type of usage back then of where we are today. The last 2 to 4 years, we've done extensive renovations to this building. We rebuilt the whole wall that you're looking at from the top of the 4th floor windows to the roof line, redid the whole roof. But other than that, the building itself has been virtually unchanged over the years. The trades that we deal with, the Salem State Universities, Salem hospitals, the regular plumbers that come to your house and my house, we deal with on a regular basis, and as well as the families in the community. They're looking to obtain their supplies for projects. But the way we've gone to market, and not just FWA, the way the business has changed over the last 20 years, we've remained the same basically due to our 5-story mill-style building. Contractors have made it very well known to us as well as homeowners, because we do have state-of-the-art buildings and we do have showrooms dotted around the Northeast that, they want to browse. They want to have a bigger say in what is going in their renovations and their remodeling project. And we cannot do that in this building. We can't give the community what they're asking for, from our present building. Looking to the future, we're hoping that we're going to be able to, give that to the community. Our current facility has no showroom. We have a very small counter area. We work out of a 5-story warehouse, very inefficient. We have 14 current employees. We use every inch of that building. All 5 floors are occupied by us. We have no interior material handling equipment other than manual pallet jacks and 2-wheelers. Therefore, we eat up a lot of space because we can only stack stuff up as high as we can reach it. Someone's got to take it down. So we don't have the ability to double, triple stack boilers like they do in other more modern facilities. Our new proposed facility would have a showroom, would have a self-serve wholesale area, single-story high bay warehouse, addition of 8 to 10 full-time employees, and we would move our entire operation to the new facility, allowing for the redevelopment of the current facility that we're in, as well as Alpha Auto, which in our way of thinking is a win-win for this side of Bridge Street. I thank you for your time. With that said, I'm going to turn it over to Andy Macbeth from Greenleaf, who's going to talk a little more about our proposed building.
Good evening, Mr. President, councilors, and planning board members. My name is Andy Macbeth with Greenleaf Construction. I'm here on behalf of Webb to take you through the proposed plans. So on the first slide here, we have the former Universal Steel facility on the left, as it was before the city demolished it. In the right picture, we have the Webb building, the existing Webb building on the left, and the parking lot, the temporary parking lot that is there today. In the next slide, we have the Alpha Auto site. As Bob mentioned, this will be brought in to the Universal site to make it one site. And on the left, it's hard to see in the picture, but in the left picture is on the very edge is the temporary parking lot. The Beckford Way is behind those cars. And then the right picture is the other side of Alpha Auto with the Webb building in the background. So here we have the proposed building project. I'm just going to kind of take you around the site fairly quickly. The proposed, on the very right in the red, we have the existing Webb building that everyone's familiar with. In the yellow, we have the proposed building footprint, which we'll talk about that a little bit more as we move along. As far as the site is concerned, on the kind of the right between the red and the yellow is kind of the customer side of the building. We have a curb cut there for showroom customers to be able to come in and park, as well as self-serve customers to be able to come in and park. Working our way around the back of the property, there's a very small outside storage area. You can see the two gates. It's kind of drive-through. The loading docks are in the little notch in the building. There's two loading docks. We have a middle curb cut, which is one way, and this allows the trucks to come in off of Bridge Street and back into the loading docks. Right now, they have to back in off of Bridge Street. And the balance of the space on the left, which is Alpha Auto, will basically be employee parking areas. We have the utility easement, which we'll see on the next slide, which is in the red dotted lines, which is kind of hard to see, but that's to the left of the building. And we also have the pedestrian and vehicle access, which we'll see on the next slide. So here's a zoom in. The loading docks on the right, the buildings, the yellow in the top right. The blue is the vehicular access, and the green is the pedestrian access. So we're continuing the access that exists now through Beckford Way. It's just getting relocated to accommodate the development. And it will, the access will be easement, so it will run with the land and run with the deeds in a permanent fashion. On the next slide, we put together just some distances to the neighbors, just to kind of give you a little bit more context, to zoom out a little bit on the plan. So on the right, we have the red is the existing Webb building, and we have 5 neighbors that are fairly close, to the existing docks, and we're essentially just moving that, to the left, and on the right we have 4 that are closer than 150, or 150 and closer 5, and on the left we only have 1 neighbor. So they're getting a little further away, the docks to the neighbors, is what we wanted to try to show on this slide. And to talk about truck traffic a little bit, because it kind of goes with that previous slide, Webb will receive 3 to 4 tractor trailer deliveries per week. Of those, 2 are their own trucks, and 1 to 2 are freight trucks. So those are kind of, they don't know. That's why it says 3 to 4. It might only be 2 in a week. There'll also be 2 box trucks that out of this location, which they are there now today, and they deliver to a total of 3 routes. From the current facility. There'll be 1 box truck delivery that comes in each day. There's also 1 UPS truck each day. So very, very low truck traffic in the grand scheme of things. And the other good news is that there's no truck traffic after 4 p.m. and no truck traffic on the weekend, Saturday or Sunday. So Webb's typically only open Saturday morning for a short period of time. So to take you inside the building, the blue is the self-serve, which is the wholesale component where contractors could come in and pick their own orders. So on the top picture on the right is the checkout counter and what that would typically look like. And the bottom picture is what the product looks like on the shelves. So that's where the contractors could come in, pick their stuff that they need, come up to the counter. So that's in the blue. That's 12,800 square feet. The yellow is the warehouse, which is the high bay warehouse, which is 13,800. On the next slide, this is the second floor. The blue is the showroom, which is the retail piece. For customers to be able to come in. It's by appointment, so it's very low volume of traffic. But they can come in and see products and pick them out for their projects. And these pictures kind of show you what a showroom would look like. The bottom right is a training room. Webb is committed to training their customers, plumbers, on new products and things of that nature. And that training room is in the office, which is in the red section. And the yellow is just the warehouse, which is high bay, so that would go all the way up to the roof. Benefits for the city of Salem: significant tax revenue increase for the city, brings new jobs to Salem, keeps existing Webb jobs local, additional environmental cleanup at the Universal site, and the 3 Bridge Street properties were redeveloped and brought together under one project. And the last slide we have here is just the elevation rendering that most people have seen in the newspaper and as part of the RFP. So, thank you.
All right, from this point, if that's all we have for presentation, what I'd like to do now is first we'll open this up for questions from members of the City Council and the Planning Board to the mayor and to the presenters. After that, we'll go through the sheets and start opening this up to the general public as well. So, would anybody like to lead off?
I would just explain the TIF, explain the tax increment financing.
So, Councilor Sargent,
Yep.
that's not my thing to answer, so,
Right, through you.
yep. Mayor?
I'm sorry, Councilor Sargent, I didn't hear, did you have a
I'd
question?
just like to explain the TIF and as to when the city will actually see revenue after the cleanup is paid for.
Yeah, so I'll try and walk through some of the finances and happy to talk more through it. Webb's is paying the full appraised value for this site. That's $990,000. It's actually 2 separate parcels, one at $990,000 and one at $10,000, so $1 million as the appraised value. We have had discussions with Webb, and I think I shared this at the last informational meeting, and I've tried to be as transparent as I can with councilors and make sure that you have a full flavor for a next potential step. The appraised value of this site did not take into account any additional cleanup that may be necessary at this site. It is very clear to us, based on conversations with the EPA, that there's likely to be some additional cost related to the development of this site, whether it was Webb's or anybody else, but particularly with their project and foundations that may be necessary. The engineers are in discussions with EPA to gain a better handle on what those additional costs will be. It is likely they are to be in the 6-figure range, but we don't have an estimate as of yet specifically. The conversations that we've had with Webb to date have said that we would be open to considering a TIF for supporting the additional cost related to that cleanup to help offset the fact that the appraised value they're paying is actually higher than what it would be if the appraisal took into account the additional cleanup. So for instance, I know the councilors, certainly the councilors who have been here, and perhaps some of the new councilors are familiar with our TIF process. That essentially means that whatever the tax base is being paid now would remain, and then we take what I call a crew cut off any new tax revenues to be gained. I don't have the specifics on exactly how much that would be, what that would account to, or even if there's a willingness for this body to consider that until we get those numbers from the EPA. But for hypothetical reasons, let's say it was $300,000. We would not anticipate that coming off all in one year. We've talked about a range, so it would be a slight reduction in the tax revenue as opposed to getting right to $100,000, which is our estimate of what they would be paying in taxes. We would take a slight crew cut off that to compensate for the additional cost related to the cleanup. And that would obviously, those details, once we get that number, would have to come before the council and would have to be approved by the council and the mayor, similar to the tips we've given to Jacqueline's Cookies, Doyle Sailmakers, Thermal Circuits, Salem Glass, a number of other businesses that were growing in Salem. The key is we still want to collect the base foundation tax revenue, and then the new growth, you take a small reduction off that to offset these additional costs.
I'm just wondering if is the TIF going to be requested to pay for the cleanup, you know, depending on the price, so the city will pay for the cleanup one way or another, whether we pay to clean it up or whether we pay for it through the TIF, through the.
Well, I would say, or we would be accepting a reduced value. We appraise the property at the actual value it would be, considering the additional cleanup that not just Webb's, anybody who went there would have to incorporate. So I wish I had that number right now and could say to you, this is what we're talking about, but we don't know, and frankly, there's a long process to go through with the Planning Board and the Conservation Commission, if the council were to approve this, to tighten up design, tighten up where that building would go, and better understand what those costs are.
Just getting at the final sale price.
Correct.
If we sell it for $990,000.
Yep.
Have to return close to $500,000 to the state for the initial cleanup, and the cleanup, the new cleanup is $1 million. Where do we stand? How do we pay for that?
Yeah, so I wish I had a number to tell you. We're not anticipating that it's $1 million. The range we've had is definitely in six figures, but not anything that high. As soon as we get that number, I'll be happy to provide that. And frankly, if the council doesn't support a TIF, it doesn't go forward. So if the range is too high, that's not going to happen here. We certainly want to end up with this project being a positive benefit. We'd have the present value of the money now, meaning the full appraised value, that's frankly higher than it should be if we incorporate these additional cleanup costs. We'd be helping offset an additional cost that anybody would have. In this case, it happens to be Webb on the redevelopment of that site by providing some tax relief, something that we've done for several businesses that are growing in our community and providing jobs.
All right, thank you. But I'm just worried as a current owner that's not bankrupt, we're gonna be on the hook for the cleanup, if not part of it, if not all of it.
Yeah.
And Sun King is a real estate holding division of Webb, and doesn't have the deep pockets that Webb has. So it is Webb for all practical purposes, but for liability, it is not. Webb doesn't have to pay Sun King's liability if this goes belly up and the cleanup ends up being much more than we could anticipate.
So I want to be,
No, my thinking of, excuse me, is first that the last cleanups we've had, Furlong Park, McGrath Park, Witchcraft Heights School,
Know 'em all,
and
yeah.
what's going on with the transfer station have all been around $2 million.
Yep.
And even Bertram Field was a cleanup. It seems like everything we dig up is a cleanup. And so all of them having been $2 million, that's the figure I'm looking at. And the initial going down 5 feet was $3.7 million. Then, I mean, how can, if we go down 10 feet, you could double that. If we go down 15 feet, you could triple it. I'm just doing very basic math, of course, but just looking at how far they went down originally, how far they plan on going down with the foundation. Whatever we find, we have to clean up. And looking at the old police station, when we sold it for, I think, $100,000, a year later, we had to pay $110,000, I think it was, for an oil tank cleanup. So we sold the old police station for minus $10,000. And I don't want to have to sell this place for minus $1 million or minus $1.5 million. And we have deep pockets as a city, but those pockets are connected to the taxpayers' pockets. And I don't want them to have to pay for the cleanup or, a situation like that if we're left holding it.
so let me see if I can help clarify it, and I'm happy to talk more about this with you in a future time as well. At present, we own this site. So we were not the person responsible for the contamination. Obviously, we know that. We were a good faith purchaser, but we do own it. So any liability associated with this site, to a certain extent, is on us. I would say secondarily that we've spent a considerable amount of time with the EPA and the DEP doing a fair amount of site assessment. That is something that's not necessarily always occurred early on with some of our other developments. We have a pretty good handle what's in the ground, where it's in the ground, and how it got in the ground as a result of that work that we've done already. What we don't know is how much it's going to cost and how they're going to actually calculate and categorize the soils, the toxicity in the soils that exist right now for the additional cleanup. Once we have that number, we've talked about providing a TIF to provide some relief for those additional costs. That is up to this body. We may or may not do that depending on what this group says. It seems quite reasonable to me because we have provided modest tax relief to other growing businesses when they're providing jobs and commercial tax revenues. With respect to other projects, the police station, Counselor, I'm not sure what you're referring to. We didn't put any money out with respect to the police station. That was oil contamination from the PVD Essex Museum. It didn't really have anything to do with our site. You are correct in that many places that you dig in Salem, and it feels like every piece of land that's been given to us as a park or a playground ends up having a catch, and that normally is something to do with contamination. So we're not anticipating this being a seven-figure cleanup cost. I think we'll get that number from the EPA and are happy to come back to this group. But I want to be clear, it's not as though if this council voted to dispose of this property and sell it, as we're requesting, that we take a closing tomorrow. Webb's also has to go to the planning board, also has to go to the Conservation Commission. They're going to want to make sure that, we're going to want to make sure the design works for us. They're going to want to make sure the design works for them. So I don't anticipate us selling it and then somehow being on the hook for additional resources later down the road. I do anticipate us working with Webb's to identify those additional costs, and we're not going to take less money, right? We're getting $1 million for this land that has additional cleanup costs that are not incorporated into the appraisal. So if we incorporate it into the appraisal, we'd just be getting a reduced amount. I'd prefer to have the money up front. That's typically the way it works, and provide some rebate over time through the tax process, similar to what we've done in countless other instances to promote growth within our community.
No, thank you, but just looking at it, if we sell it for $1 million roughly, and have to pay back 500 grand, and the cleanup costs more than 500 grand, we're looking at negative money. And the whatever it was, the 3.57 million cleanup that went down 5 feet, I don't think those materials stopped at 5 feet. Nobody told them to stop, and there's a rising and falling water table down there. It's probably like if you go down less than 10 feet, you're gonna hit water, and that moves. And with history, the drugstore, Walgreens at the corner of Boston and Bridge Street, after being told that everything was fine with that by all the experts, a year after construction, the pollutants came bubbling up through the hot tub there, and there was future remediation. So even the experts can be wrong, and in that case they were. So with the history of Salem and the industrial sites and leather factories and everything else, there's just a lot of concern and a lot of worry about liability. So,
And I'll be happy to try and tighten that up for you. I want to be clear, we're collecting $1 million. It's a separate discussion in terms of the payback to mass development. We did, as part of the collection of those resources, part of that is a grant. Part of those were grant dollars, part of those were loan dollars. We also have an outstanding tax title. We took this property for tax title, so we want to get in line first. If there are additional costs related to cleanup, it would not be, here it all is in one lump sum. We'd still have those resources, and we'd be rebating some of those costs over time, spread out like we have for many of our TIFs. So I don't see us ever being in a negative. We'd also be collecting the additional commercial tax revenue. At present, that site doesn't pay tax revenue because it's municipally owned, but going forward, it's going to have a baseline foundation, and maybe we don't collect the full $100,000 in the first year of tax revenues. These are estimates, of course, and we collect a little bit less. But I don't foresee any possibility for us to be at a negative or a negative value to us going forward. And you're throwing around a lot of terms around water, depth, and everything else, and frankly, we don't have the LSP here. I don't know if the engineer can speak to it, but we don't see as many moving parts. We see some additional cost related to the foundation and the work that has to be done. That's going to be quantified. There will be an opportunity for us to talk to the council about a tax increment financing plan that would provide some slight reduction over years equal to what that amount is. The only other way to handle that would be to reduce the purchase price, which I would prefer not to do. We have an appraisal that says it's this amount, assuming it's cleaned up to a certain level. That's what we'd like to stick to. I like the present value of money now, and then providing slight relief throughout the years. But I want to decomplicate it and decouple it from other projects and other initiatives. It's a little bit cleaner. I just don't have the amount right now.
Just last thing, as a former owner, we're responsible for cleanup on that property.
We're a current owner, Counselor, so.
We'll be the former owner should we sell it.
Well, there are covenants and protections that you can put in place. We are a good faith purchaser. In fact, we took it for tax title purposes. The EPA and the DEP, the type of people who usually are the ones putting out consent orders and cleanups, are aware of where we are, and there are certain protections in place when you are a good faith purchaser as a municipality in the venue that we obtain this, and we can certainly provide additional details on that as we go forward. But we do own it, so, we started this process with the idea that we wanted to get it cleaned up, working with the experts in the field, EPA and DEP. This was actually EPA's project to clean it up. This was not as though we got a grant and then cleaned it up. They did the cleanup themselves. So I think that is very promising from the perspective of the level of attention and detail that was put on this.
Councilor Ryan.
Do you want us to stand or?
No, we're in a committee, so.
First of all, sorry for being late. I was at
No
my
problem.
work. Work annual meeting in Wellesley. I had some more questions from there, sorry. As far as like the parking lot, I know from day one, and all the research I've done, from day one, this was going to be a temporary parking lot because we want to get it back on the tax rolls.
Right.
My concern is if this all goes through and they build and then they redevelop their present building, or with the probate court opening up, is there like, I know we did a parking study, I looked back at the parking studies and it took into account the garage and stuff.
Yep.
Is there any concern about losing those spaces? I know that we weren't counting on them, it was always a temporary thing,
Yeah,
so it's
yeah.
not an issue of whether, that, but I mean, is there any concern about like lack of parking space? I mean, it's right around from the courthouse, I don't know the people who use it
Yeah.
now, it's.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think having enhanced parking is always a nice thing to be able to offer, but I want to make sure that we're dealing with the data that we currently have around our parking usage. So I think many of you know we have over 2,000 parking spaces within our very downtown area, municipally owned, off-street lots, and municipal garages. We have our utilization reports for our facilities. We also have utilization reports for the MBTA. Those sites are not at capacity now, except on I would say two very clear occasions. One, busy weekends in October. We do tend to fill up every square inch of parking that's available. And snow emergencies, and particularly extended snow emergencies. That's when we feel we're at capacity. That doesn't mean that there might be a busy night that the South Harbor garage doesn't fill up, or on an odd occasion, as I've mentioned, really only snow emergencies and really only busy weekends in October that Museum Place garage fills up, or some of the lots. But generally speaking, our utilization is not anywhere near capacity. There are spaces available, with the exception of those 2 times. The other utilization report we have is from the MBTA, their new addition. So that's a new player on the field, by the way, in terms of additional spaces that we didn't have, built with the court expansion in mind, so that they would handle both commuters and the court expansion. They have not been at full utilization any month that they've been in operation. We have their numbers. The highest, I think, was the average was 75%. Their highest was 1 month in October, when they were definitely being utilized by tourists and others as well. Be happy to share those reports. So we do feel like the highest and best use for this lot is not a parking lot, and that does accommodate even the growth going forward in terms of what we have. I'm not suggesting that it's not used now or that it wouldn't be something nice to have, but the choice between supporting the expansion of an existing business, seeing that growth both in jobs and tax revenues, enhancing that corridor, utilizing some of these resources. We just spent some time talking about how much money are we going to have. We're going to end up with some money from this acquisition, and we'd love to think about how we can improve that corridor short term, before we are able to tap into the last piece of the Salem Beverly Transportation Project, which involves from Flint Street to Washington Street. That last piece is still awaiting federal highway funding. Congress just authorized the federal highway bill. We have not had a new bill for several years. So we want to kind of ratchet that up and get that last corridor taking part of. But in the meantime, it'd be great to have a sidewalk on that side of Bridge Street, for a longer distance than we currently do, to think about bike lanes. There'll be some resources that we think from this acquisition funds that we can put into the corridor on top of, the activity that's being proposed. But I'll be happy to share those parking utilization reports. We know that when we were parking there for the first 6 months of one fiscal year, I'm looking at my finance director, Sarah Stanton, $2,600 was raised when we were charging for parking on that site. So we relocated the kiosks from the city-owned crescent-shaped lot next to the MBTA. We relocated the kiosks there when that was operating as the temporary parking for the T. We didn't charge anybody because they already had to walk. When we started charging is when the T garage set up. That was a commitment we made to the T that we weren't going to be offering free parking right next door to their space. That is when we started collecting. We have not secured in any year more than $15,000. I think the 11th month total, 6th month was 26. The remaining part was in addition to that. So for a total of 11 months, we've raised $15,000 and change. We can get you those direct numbers. We know what the utilization is on that site.
Yeah,
For
and
sure.
I look,
Include the reduction in operation and maintenance as well, the striping, the cost of the kiosk.
Thank you.
Electricity. At no point in time that we've been charging in that lot has it exceeded 14% capacity.
and zone R2, but with the AUL, it can't be residential.
That's correct. And in fact, a parking lot isn't allowed in an R2 zone either. So, it was always meant to be a temporary use, and that's why it was put
But
there.
if, through the resident, like, if we didn't do anything, whatever, you left it as a parking lot,
Yep.
there's no further cleanup we need to do, correct? Have to keep it as a parking lot.
So I would say that we have not done proper drainage. I mean, this was a temporary use. We'd really need to better understand the drainage. We'd also have to look at what the zoning is. A parking lot is not allowed in an R2 zone, so I think we'd have to,
So there'd be some more stuff that have to go on. Not that I'm advocating for or against that, because it was always, I went back and looked and researched, it's always been the option.
pretty
not
clear,
gonna be
right.
a permanent space, but, like, things change, so I just concerned about the development, which you answered the questions. Then I have an issue with, well, not really an issue, but like the contaminated land. I mean, I don't mind, like, if this goes through and we end up giving them a TIF or something, but why do we have to lower the price? I mean,
so what we typically do when we sell a property is we get an appraiser to come in and give us the appraised value of it. And the appraised value for this site was $1 million. The appraiser did not take into account the cost of additional contamination. We, in fact, I believe, reference this being cleaned up to a commercial standard, not enough to support additional cleanup, not anticipating additional cleanup. If there is additional cleanup, that would have been taken into in the appraisal, and it would have been a lower price. So that was the minimum threshold we set in the RFP, was the appraised value. That's typically the way we work things. The appraised value would be lower if, in fact, we knew there was additional contamination on the site that needed to be cleaned up.
and that's the highest price we get, even if they wanted, not to say that they would, but if they wanted to pay more, you would still have to do whatever.
Well, we said it's the minimum, right? Yeah.
'Cause, I mean, they're a $1 billion company, so. All right, I'm good.
All right, Councilor Epley.
Mr. President, I will stand. My question is this. What we have currently before us is just the joint public meeting with the planning board regarding the zoning map issue.
Correct.
We've been talking about financing issues. I would suggest through the president to my colleagues that if we could hold our questions and perhaps open this up to the public, because that's who's really here to speak, that if we could get going on that would be the best use of our time, because we've been an hour into the meeting so far.
Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to Lynn Duncan. Lynn, can you explain why B4 as opposed to something else? And in a B4, what's the maximum allowable height?
Okay, you gotta get out my,
And the rebuttal on that would be, what is the proposed height of the building? Because I've heard back and forth what the height is.
Okay, so in our RFP, what we said was that the site is zoned R2, but we would work with, whoever the proposer to rezone the site to an appropriate zoning district for their use. When Webb submitted their proposal, they put in a proposal for B4 zoning. We could go back, but and I can make the presentation on the zoning available for everyone. The B4 zoning allows wholesale and warehouse. So that is the reason for the B4 zoning.
And those uses aren't allowed in any other B zone.
It is allowed in, actually also allowed in B2.
And what's the difference in height between the two?
And the
zones?
height, I'm hoping I can do this without my glasses, but if I need them, I will get them.
Lynn, so I have the maximum height.
Thank you.
In B4 is 45 feet, and in B2 it's 30 feet.
Okay, thank you.
And the follow-up question to the proposal, the proposed height is 35 feet. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, any other questions at this point to the zoning? Yes. Particularly.
Thank you, Mr. President,
Yes.
through you. For the B2, did you say, is their design review required? It's not required in B4, right? Is it required in B2?
The only design review that's required is one if you're in the urban renewal area, which is not directly contiguous with the zoning district, although generally B5 downtown. The only other zoning district where design review is required is the North River Canal Corridor.
Oh, okay, all right.
And this is not in an NRCC overlay, correct?
This is not in the NRCC.
So, but to be clear, the planning board through site plan review
Yes.
does
Yes.
consider design, so
Yeah.
it's just not the separate DRB process. I don't want people to think there isn't a design.
That's very true. And again, obviously, the planning board has an architect on board. We actually always try to keep that type of profession on the planning board for that very reason.
Mr. Anderson?
I'm not sure if it's for the mayor or Lynn. Is the rezoning contingent upon the sale of property, or is it, if the rezoning happens, it's going to be perpetual, it's going to happen, and then if the deal falls through and the sale of the property, will the zone remain B4, or will it revert back to R2?
So the planning board will need to make a recommendation within 21 days, but it would be my anticipation, could be wrong, that council will vote on all of the issues at the same time. So I would not expect council to nor would we ask council to rezone the land prior to a decision on the land disposition. So I don't envision a case where the parcel is rezoned and the land is not sold.
Correct. So even though the council would act, there's an extensive process with the planning board and with the Conservation Commission, and then that's when the land would actually be sold. So, I would suggest to you that if this council acts to rezone the parcel, that we're either going to have a sale or not have a sale related to that. So the idea that it would be rezoned before and then not have this use on it, I think is not going to happen.
Yes.
Lynn, before you sit down, one more question. It bears repeating, I believe. Please
I'm sorry?
confirm or otherwise tell me I heard wrong, but given the prior contamination of the site, even though it's zoned R2, the AUL precludes any residential, not simply single family, not simply two family, but any type of housing.
Yes, and that is absolutely true. I may not have been as clear about that. It precludes any type of residential use, any type of use as a park or childcare, precludes multifamily housing, any type of residential use is prohibited because of the activity and use limitation.
So, with that, what we will do now is I'm going to start going through the list of people who have signed up. If you, what we'd like to do on this is, in this particular case, if you want to speak to the zoning question primarily, that's where what I'd like to focus on during this portion of things, because this is the part that we have the planning board for, and we have extensive further business that we'll be conducting once we're finished with this portion and have dispatch this into their hands to deliberate and return it to us. So I will go through the list of people who have signed up, and then we'll go through the rest. And if you don't want to speak to this particular portion of the issue right now and I call your name, just go ahead and tell me that you're passing for the moment, and I will make a note and come back to you when we have other matters. So first on the list is Lou Sirianni. And you specifically said zoning, so I know you want to talk about this. So name and address for the record.
Actually, I would like to defer, Mr. President. Lou Sirianni, Botts Court in Salem. I would like to defer to Cy Fisk and then Vicky Sirianni, so if I could come back number 3, because they have a PowerPoint presentation that is more general and I think would be a nice intro. If it's your pleasure, I'd like to defer for 2 spots.
We have a large number of people who are signed up as we get through, so if you want to defer to later, that's fine. So.
All right. Cy? Cy?
Well.
What?
I'm further down on the list, just trying to change the order.
Oh, well, so I was instructed to defer to you. Is that in
Fine, I can return, but I'll go through first to see because we have people on this who who may well wish to speak to the issue first. So.
Okay.
If we have roughly.
Well, we have Cy and Vicky Sirianni who are specifically zoning. I'm kind of lateral. But.
Let me check through, and we'll get through to him. So the next person on the list is Dave DiPiero.
Not on this portion.
Okay. Let me just note that. And Zinni? Nope, also deferring. And Flora Tonthat? I prefer you stick mainly to the zoning, and, but if not, we can come back, so. Okay, and now we have, and now we have Vicky Sirianni.
There you
so.
go.
People signed up in a certain order, so we have to do this the right way.
All right, so I can't defer to some.
No, you're apparently you're with them, so
I'm with
I guess on this.
So can you start?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much.
My name is Josiah Fisk, 358 Essex Street. I want to comment on a dimension of this project that does relate to zoning. In particular, there are many aspects of this that I won't comment on the other ones right now. But what I am concerned with, I think mainly, is the scale of the proposed building as a commercial and industrial building in this location. So we haven't had a lot of information about this in terms of how the building would look from various angles. We know what the front will look like. So along with some colleagues, I have prepared some illustrations that we believe are accurate. We again, don't have all of the information that would be necessary to do a 100% we're sure it's right presentation, but we have measurements that we have used. This is, as you can see from Google Earth, we have used software that allows us to specify a 35-foot height, which is what we understand to be the height. So that's what we were looking at here. So this is a view, as you can see, from over Bridge Street, looking towards the current Webb building. With the new structure, it would look something like this. Here's another view from a different angle. You can see the McIntyre district in the background, the Webb building obviously in the foreground, a little bit of the park. From this angle, it does have a bit of a large presence in my view. In this view, again, it's really, if you look at the scale of this building compared to everything else in the photograph, it's really large. In particular, compared to the rest of the buildings that you can see from downtown and in the McIntyre. And in this, you can see what is surrounding this building in reality. We have the park across the street. We have the current Webb building to the left, which certainly many of us hope will become residential. It's so close to the train station, it's a natural for that. The economics hopefully will be good for that. We don't know what the plans are, but that would be a possibility, we believe. And obviously in back, all of the, and to the right, it's all residential. So I wanted to take a look at just figuring out how the scale of this building compares to the adjacent residences. And there are several ways to do this. So the first is to do a street front comparison. So if we're looking at the facade, and this is, I apologize that the logo is stretched, this was taken from the illustration that was given to us, and then I tried to straighten it out as an image. That's just what happens. This is one of the bigger houses on Federal Street, and that's, as near as we can tell, a very accurate comparison as far as this, the general height and mass and the style. Here's another way to look at this, the scale of the building with comparing the footprints. So we have shown the map here. There's the footprint of the building. And in this exercise, I took footprints of surrounding buildings and I superimposed them over this to see if we could get in a sort of a rough equivalent of how many of the residential buildings behind the adjacent to this proposed building it would take to equal this building. And the answer is 24. In other words, this is basically 24 times the size of the buildings that are immediately adjacent to it in the back. That amounts to every house along River Street except for the one on the end. The houses that are on Beckford Street and on Federal Street that are abutters, and the abutters to the abutters, and the ones on the other side of Beckford Street there also. All of those houses are encompassed in this equivalence that I did. Another way to look at things here is to try to see what this looks like from Federal Street, because again, this information has not been provided. So we have tried very hard to be accurate in our work on this, and if you can see the red line that is right along there, that is our best guess of where this top of this building would go, and it would start about where that line is on the left and go about to where it is on the right, behind these houses on Federal Street. So this would be, if you look at this, in between here it is as a current view, you can see beyond the trees. That view would now look like this, something like this. I've taken the building texture from the illustration. Again, I've tried very hard to not overdo it with the height, but this is a part of Federal Street where you can look down into the parking lot, so most of the height would be visible. Here's another view from Federal Street between some of the houses. In this case, we would be looking at something like this, directly behind the houses. Here's that same opening viewed from a slightly different angle. You can see that there is a view to the hill across the way there. That view would go away and look like that. And this is also, there is another element to this, we believe, which is that there would be, it's typical in a structure like this, there would be HVAC units on top of the building. I don't know what they'll look like, but they often look something like that. So this would be what you would see, certainly what the abutters would see and what anyone would see visiting the McIntyre and wanting to go down Federal Street by common consent, one of the most beautiful streets in the McIntyre and in the city. So that's at least our good faith effort to portray this. There's one other sort of test that we could do, and that is to position the building, the same building, in a different place. And it turns out this building does have, to my way of seeing it, a rather large footprint. So it turns out, in fact, that if you were to position the same building, which we know no one wants to do, but just as an exercise, if you were to position it so that it was touching the back of the existing building, its facade would, in fact, be on Federal Street. It gives you an indication of the size. As for what that might look like, again, no one is planning on doing this, but that's really basically what you're talking about. It's about the scale. So no one is talking about doing this. I want to emphasize that. But as a matter of scale, this is what is happening right next door to the McIntyre. And I don't think you can blame people in the McIntyre for being a bit concerned. I think, we get called elitists in the McIntyre, and I understand that. But whatever you want to say about the McIntyre, it pays the rent around Salem. It helps pay the rent because it helps when people come to visit here. If Salem looked the way many other New England towns and cities looked, I don't think that people would want to come here for Halloween. It's part of the imagination. And so I think that the McIntyre, preserving the McIntyre and sort of keeping the character of it intact is important. And if the zoning change goes through, then I think that there is, in some sense, some significant sense, an encroachment on the character of McIntyre. So that's all I have to say on the topic of zoning, and thank you.
I actually have two questions.
Okay. This is normally just public, but we'll go here. We're deviating a little by doing this, so we'll let you go with that as well.
Sir, I just have a question. In your slides, you indicate approximately 24 houses of River Street approximate the square footage of the proposed website.
The footprint, yes. Footprint to footprint comparison, yes.
Did you come up with the number of houses of River Street that would currently constitute the volume of the current FW Web 5-story building?
I didn't do a volume comparison, no.
Okay. And when you did your comparison, sir, I believe that the former Universal Steel facility site was a 2-story site as well, correct?
I don't know.
I can just tell you that based upon
Yes,
the,
yes,
I wasn't here
yeah,
in Salem.
yeah,
when this
nor was I.
But that was a 2-story building, and that would have blocked some of the people that were living on Federal Street in their view of the park, correct?
Well, this is significantly taller than a 2-story building. It's taller than the 3-story residential building at the scale of most in the McIntyre. Significantly taller.
And I would just note as well that there are plenty of taxpayers in Ward 4 that also provide a bread and butter.
Yeah, I understand. I understand.
Stick to things that.
Yeah. I do want to say, since the discussion has been reopened, I do want to say one thing, which is that I am, in addition to being a neighbor, I am a business owner. When I moved to Salem, I brought my business with me. I brought 3 jobs. Now we have 4 jobs. I'm hoping it will be more. But I do have a great deal of respect for the people from Webb. I have absolutely nothing bad to say about the company. I hope that we can find a way to keep them in Salem. I think they have been good citizens. This is not about them as a company at all. I think they're, in my personal experience and in every other way, they're fine people. They're a good business. We are lucky to have them, and we should try to keep them here. But I don't think that this is the right location, and I don't think that this is the right kind of building in that location. I will perhaps say more later, but we want to just do zoning now, so I will hold other remarks for later. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Because, again, Councilor Dibble,
Yes.
something you want to say?
Thank you, Mr. President. First off, I'd like to thank you for opening up all components of tonight's hearing to the public, rather than public meetings, if they're all truly public hearings. And you did a wonderful job, through the president, a wonderful job in presenting this. I'm going to ask that this one photo be taken down in a second, but I just want to point out, and I have an understanding of relationships, I think you did a nice job in portraying the building on all different angles. But this one photo, I think, does a little bit of an injustice, whereas the street light is about 32 feet, the telephone pole is about 35 feet or so in my estimate, and the building is clearly quite taller than that. So this one here, I think you erred in the overall height. And I'd like to have that one photo taken down because I don't think it's correct. Thank you.
I understand. I spent a great deal of time on this. This is a 3-story house. It is certainly not to the peak of the roof, 35 feet, I think we can safely say. And the other comment the other thing I would note here, and this is partly a matter of the perspective, and I took the photographs from Google Street View because I wanted to use generally available photographs. But if you look at where the height is right here, so how tall is a person here? Well, you can see about what the door is. It's sort of right about, that's on the step, so a height of a person would be sort of standing right in front of that window would be sort of about like that. In the renderings, I've photoshopped them out just for clarity, but in the renderings that were supplied by the company, there's a couple of people standing right here, and their heads come right up to there. So it's really, perhaps it's off by a bit, but I cannot see that it could be off. Everything that's been adjusted proportionally. So I respect your view, but I do have evidence to indicate that it is perhaps accurate.
All right, what we're, again, what we'd like to do here is pretty much confine this to public comment on the zoning side of things. This is the part that's currently under discussion. This is the part we have the planning board here for. So with that, again, I will continue through this list that we have, and people who would like to address zoning, I'll call you up, speak your piece. We'll move through the list, and then we'll see who in the general public who has not already signed up would like to discuss zoning. And then at that point, we'll close this portion, and we will then move through as much of the rest of this as we can do tonight, and go back to the people who have deferred speaking. So the next person who has signed up is Bob Matu.
Mr. President?
I thought he was speaking.
You said we were okay. I'm just responding to what you said. I'm Sirianni.
Yep.
Did I get that wrong? Yeah. No.
They just switched the order.
We just switched the order on.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank you in advance for this opportunity to speak with you. My name is Vicky Sirianni. I live at 6 Spots Court, and I'm speaking to you as a citizen, as a taxpayer, and as someone who spent the vast majority of her career working with the built environment and at great length with project development and project delivery. I want to specifically talk about the zoning and planning issues, and I'm really glad, Lynn, that you were here. I don't know where you are, because you answered a number of questions, and I have a number of conflicts. So didn't hear you answer it, so let's go forward. I can't, gosh, can you read that? I can't read it. We know what the Webb proposal is. It is 40,000 square feet, and in all due respect, it is not a big box store, but it is a big box. It is half the size of Target in terms of square footage, and I believe it is 3/4 of the size of Market Basket. The primary zoning district around this project, to my knowledge, is the North River Canal Corridor, NRCC. And I am under the impression that, and when I look at the zoning map for NRCC, which I have later in the slide, I'm under the impression that this project or proposal falls within the NRCC, and that the NRCC allows two types of uses, R2 and NRCC. NRCC is a mixed-use zoning designation. It has its own requirements, and I think that's it. If you look at a zone, let me go forward to the zoning map. I just turned the NRCC zoning map on its side and blew up the immediate area. And the area in question, is there a pointer on this side? Anyway, the area in question is in that red area, which is R22. You can see the Webb building. And other than that area of R2, everything else in purple, to my knowledge, is NRCC. Let me go back. Oh, no, I could go forward. Okay. Now, I don't know whether any of you have had the opportunity to look at the NRCC master plan. I think it's pretty interesting that it hasn't been talked about at all in relationship with this project. It is a master plan that was developed in 2003 and 4, and it was specifically designed to revitalize the blighted area that serves as a major entrance to the city. And I do want to say to all the Webb people, which I didn't say, I should have introduced myself, that I'm a big Webb supporter. I'm so much of a Webb supporter. I have a Toto toilet sitting in a box in my living room delivered by Webb, and then I have some other fixtures for a bathroom that hasn't been finished, just so you know where I stand as far as Webb as a business and as a supplier. The zoning plan that came forward, in which I just showed you, was designed to ensure the appropriate future developments in the area. Since then, a significant number of improvements have been made. The vision is also very clear in the master plan. If you haven't read it, I encourage you to read it. It is so clear that the corridor can be dramatically transformed over time. It will require time. 3 basic elements in that plan: significant visual and aesthetic improvements. I can't even get into those. We don't have enough time to talk about it, but some of those proposed visual improvements, the ability to walk down to the park, to walk down to the canal, would not be possible with this development. The 2 other major points of the plan was that residential development in scale and character on the southern edge of Bridge would do 2 things. It would preserve the neighborhood, and it would create a very good buffer for the neighborhood. Now, we've heard talk about the AUL. It's very true. It's contaminated soil, but there are other things that could be built that would be appropriate in terms of scale. The third and other definitive thing about the vision is that appropriate, attractive, and financially viable mixed-use developments of light industrial, commercial, and residential usage would go in the remaining of the 57 acres. If you have not read the plan or looked at it lately, and hopefully I've got this right. No, I don't. I don't have it right. There's a really nice graphic that people really bought into. I would encourage you to look at that, look at it carefully, because it really does project an image of what ultimately the North River Canal corridor could look like. So I can't go into all the plan highlights. I simply have given you 2 bullets which refer to scale and mass and design. Residential development, and in this particular parcel of land, we know it wouldn't be residential, but it could be something else. In scale and character with the historic neighborhood, and buildings that are of a similar footprint and mass as some of the larger homes on Federal and Essex Street. I haven't been here so long, I can't even talk, my throat is so dry. So let's look at the Webb proposal, the way I see it. Once again, I'm taking full responsibility. This is me. The Webb proposal, to my knowledge, as it stands, is not permitted at all in the NRCC, not just in the R2 part of the NRCC. You are being asked to bring about a significant zoning change from R2 to B4. And Lynn very graciously put up some of the uses of B4. Oh, thank you. That just would be wonderful. But I also have, and mine's an edited version at all. It's not a complete list. But I also have some uses that are allowed by B4 that include fast food, restaurants, drive-throughs, other kinds of drive-throughs, plumbing, carpentry, and sheet metal shops, motor vehicle trailer and boat sales, surface and rental, and motor vehicle general and body repair. So I guess what that says to me is we have to be very careful of this B2. I am really pleased to know that the B2 would not happen until after the sale. Because if this sale were to go through, if it were to go through, and Webb would say, oh my God, I don't want to do that. Or I want to pull out, I found a better location somewhere else in Salem. What would happen? One of these, we could have McDonald's on that site. And what I would say to every single person in this room, let's not demean the neighborhood, because no one, I think, would want one of these facilities adjacent to their residence. So let us be very, very careful about this rezoning. Now, the next slide is my slide. You can hold me completely accountable, but I say to myself, how appropriate is this, viewed from the NRCC plan and the zoning plan that was created to ensure a successful renovation or restoration of the space. To me, rezoning these 3 proposals to B4 is inappropriate and incompatible with the intended use of the properties as outlined in the vision, the master plan, and the zoning plan. It violates the goals, if you look carefully at the goals of the plan. And I think I'm true about this bullet, that if the B4 zoning is passed, the planning board nor the design review board have any real ability to influence the design going along. That's not to say that Webb won't work very closely with them. I know that would happen. So my conclusions, and you can beat me up, but my conclusions are on the basis of what I know about the plans. I have read everything, and what I know about the proposal, I think I've looked at everything, is that it directly contradicts 10 of the 13 vision points of the plan. It contradicts the goals. It directly contradicts the city's RFP statement that the proposal needs to be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. I begin to wonder if it doesn't appear to be a rezoning plan designed to accommodate a proposal rather than a proposal designed to accommodate the zoning in the city's plan for the space. I fear it affects so much of the southern edge of the NRCC that it will legitimize further erosion of the R2 district. I think it sets precedent for future erosion of a residential area that is on the National Register of Historic Places. And I know that it will result in a significant portion of land in the middle of the NRCC that will not be protected by NRCC zoning. So I would like, the mayor was quite eloquent about saying, this is my vision and this is how I see it. And so I'd like you to suspend belief, the 30 seconds, and view it from my perspective in the same kind of way. I firmly believe that along with natural resources, the built environment is one of the single most important factors in the creation of cities. Great cities like Paris, mediocre cities like Houston, and I hope there's no one in the room from Houston, and impoverished cities like Flint, Michigan, which may never come back. It takes forever. I mean, I'm a builder. It takes forever to build, and it takes a long time to destroy. The shelf life on the built environment is extraordinarily long, and mistakes far too often can never be corrected. It took 100 years to create this urban blight in this area. It's taken another 25 years to plan its renewal. The renewal, as far as zoning and the plan goes, is 12 years old, although lots of things happened before that. It looks a lot better than when I moved to town 11 years ago. Why should we stop this effort so early in the game? Why shouldn't we work hard to improve this important entry point to the city and to find a really appropriate site that will be good for Webb and good for us in this city? Thank you.
Hey, Ms. Sirianni, we've had at this point now, we've had two presentations now that have gone, and we've gone substantially longer on those than even the administration and Webb's presentation has gone. I would like at this point for us to stick to the regular public comment as initially, as our intent has been on this. So if there are any further people envisioning, that are hoping to present, we do not intend to do those at this particular point. Perhaps we will, during other phases of this discussion, of this hearing later on, we can address other issues. But at this point, I will be recognizing people who wish to come up and make comment without aid of projectors. So I will go through the list to see who is of people who are signed up, and then we'll go back through and also check with the room. But to go back through this, the last thing I had was Bob Matichuk, I think it was. I spoke. Okay, sorry, I had you here from that, my mistake. Mr. Carr, you're next,
Let me speak to both some procedural points. And that is, I've actually been recording the time. The administration has talked for over an hour and 15 minutes. That measured on top of an identical presentation on January 6th, at which the public was not allowed to speak at all before you as the same tribunal. Look at the number of PowerPoint presentations. The mayor and various representatives of Webb have made during that hour and a half. And incidentally, the informational meeting on January 6th lasted approximately 45 minutes. So in terms of fundamental due process, restricting further PowerPoint presentations today, and each of the speakers spoke less than the 3 to 7 minute estimate that, according to conversations I've had over the course of today, were the sort of reasonable ground rule, but not necessarily rigid. I don't even know where to begin. I was one of 13 people who served for 3.5 years and who met bi-monthly on the so-called North River Canal Corridor Committee. And we were charged with recommending to the City Council in the period of 2002-2003 innovative zoning that would ultimately be the basis for progressive reforms along the entire corridor of the former blighted industrial zone, stretching more or less from the overpass all the way up to the Salem-Peabody line at Howley Street. We worked bi-monthly, as I said. Each meeting was about 3 hours. We had a grant of $100,000, and we used that grant to retain a professional city planner from the Boston architectural firm of Goody Clancy, a leading Boston architectural firm. They were the ones who designed the Superior Court. And at the conclusion of that 3.5 years, we devised zoning, submitted it to the city. It was tweaked a little bit, but it was probably about 95% adopted into that zoning legislation that is part of our zoning today. This is a throwback to the old days. Old days, not planning, not based on professional goals, everything determined ad hoc. Let's look at the zoning. The Webb facility currently is NRCC. Everything else is R2. There are a few grandfathered uses, but incidentally, that R2 zoning designation went back to the very days of zoning in Salem. So clearly, it was envisioned that one day there would be a change. You know, the mayor talked about we're getting it. The city isn't getting it. The proposal is to put it in escrow. And in fact, I'm a lawyer. I think I understand English. But as I read the December 28th letter from Webb's counsel, it looks like the TIF starts at $1. And, you know, think long and hard about this. Ask yourselves, would the proposal to rezone Webb have occurred if the Universal site have occurred if Webb's decision weren't driving it? isn't that the tail wagging the dog? And is that the way zoning should be planned? I think not. I had actually intended to speak about other zoning issues, but in the interests of time, just wait a minute, let me, yeah. According to Web Zone foundation plans, they're going to dig down 10 feet along the entire circumference of the building. At 5 feet, they're hitting the water table. So this is all interrelated. If the zoning occurs, if we sell to whatever, then we disrupt, and we have right now a capped, completed brownfields solution. But you know what? Nothing was mentioned about that in the informational meeting about the proposal. Yes, 35 feet is one aspect, and we've already, and it's pursuant to the RFP process, and that, as a matter of law, is how you have to make this decision. And a prime component of that is that the proposed development must be compatible with the neighborhood. And I think that Mr. Fisk did an amazing job, no matter how you cut it. Everyone knows that Webb isn't going to be built on Federal Street. Well, what a better indication of whether the Webb proposal is compatible with the adjacent neighborhood than showing it cheek by jowl with the rest of what is the existing Federal Street. So there are a lot of people who want to talk. We're now at 8:30. We have probably another hour and 10 minutes. I'll let my remarks on zoning go at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person who is signed up is Alex Marks.
Alex, are you here?
Not seeing Alex, just has already spoken. The next person we have with, was Alex back there, or? No, the next person we have was Darryl Libovici.
Mr. President, I'd like to speak to zoning in the interest of efficiency and coherence. I'd like to cede my slot to Chuck Van Bruns and retain the option to talk afterwards. Is that acceptable?
Sure, you're deferring to later.
I would like to defer myself. I am not involved in the zoning area, more in the...
In that case, would you like to address this?
Thank you. I'd sent a letter to the members of the council and the planning board. I'd planned to read it, but in view of the discussions that have taken place so far, I think a lot of that will be redundant, and at the risk of some lack of smoothness, I think I'm going to extract. I think you'll be grateful. I oppose the proposed actions before you regarding Webb and the Universal Steel site, and I urge you to vote against the proposals. Now, I've lived in Salem for 35 years and on Federal Street for 30. Everyone here who knows me knows that I have urged true commercial development that provides quality jobs, higher tax revenue, and a lower cost burden to the city than the mediocre high-density housing proposals that we've seen over the last decade. I believe that Webb has been a good neighbor, and I welcome plans that would keep them in Salem. But this is not the right plan or the right location, and it would require violence to the zoning which has been described. I won't repeat that. The proposed facility belongs in an industrial area not adjacent to a residential neighborhood. I strongly urge discussions that might lead to Webb's occupying sites like that now occupied by the transfer station, which at some point, cleaned up, would become available. That's a great place. But their proposal does not belong next to an historic residential neighborhood. There are many reasons you should oppose the zoning actions we're discussing here. B4 is spot zoning here. And as Vicki and others have described very articulately, the proposal is damaging to the neighborhood financially in terms of quality of life and in health and safety of those living in that area. And remember that the NRCC was developed specifically to do two things. Number one, to facilitate development of these blighted brownstone areas. That was a specific requirement and a specific element of the plans and the ordinance that resulted. And secondly, to do so in a way that was consistent with the surrounding neighborhoods and other elements of the city. So, this is not consistent with the NRCC. It's not good zoning, and I think you should vote against it. The other areas, I think, either the other topics that I was going to talk about either have been mentioned or probably will be, and so I'll stop right there. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person we have is Meg Toohey. Meg?
Meg Toohey, 122 Federal Street. I came with him.
Actually, it's the other way.
And I'm going to be very brief. I don't want to repeat. I do oppose the proposal. I do very much welcome Webb staying in Salem. I want us to find a way to make it happen. I want to reiterate what Darrow said, which is this is spot zoning. I don't know how you solve that problem. Spot zoning is illegal. So I don't quite know how we address that. Secondly, I just want to make a note on something that was said earlier. The AUL on the site today also precludes the use that Webb wants to make of it. In fact, Webb's own environmental person said that you could only have someone on the site as it is today for 16.3 hours a week. I believe I got that right. And so I think it's really important for us to understand this is a highly contaminated site immediately adjacent to a residential neighborhood with families that include children. I also would like to note that there, under either B2 or B4, there is no provision for true design review as we know it under the SRA or the NRCC. And so however nice we want to make it, unless you can pass something special, there will not be the kind of design review that we're used to in the NRCC. And lastly, I just want to note that as I read Webb's latest price proposal of December 28th, it is contingent on a TIF equal to the cleanup costs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next person we have is Jennifer Firth.
Hi, I'd like to defer to the vote to award the RFP to Webb, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Carol Carr.
Hi, my name is Carol Carr. I live at 7 River Street with my husband John and have lived there for over 42 years, having purchased our house in 1973. The house was built by 1788 and is over 227 years old. I want you to have some idea of my roots in the city, just as Webb did in its own presentation, and for you to have a face and background of someone who lives in this neighborhood. I know many of you on the City Council from my teaching career at Salem High School, spanning 28 years, beginning in 1972, with some time taken off to raise our 3 sons. Councilor Sargent was a student in my class when I first started teaching, and his son Eric was recently one of my students. And I had the pleasure of teaching 2 of Councilor Furey's sons. And I've worked for years alongside Councilor Ryan's sister Alice, a guidance counselor at Salem High School. I always gave over 100% of my efforts to teaching. I wrote many grants that generated close to $60,000 for the high school. And just as I put tons of energy into teaching, I have also devoted tons of energy into preserving our house at 7 River Street. When we bought on the street in 1973, the majority of the houses were run down and covered with asbestos and aluminum siding. One house had no central heating, causing the owner to use his gas stove for heat and boiling water on the burners to create his own steam heat. He didn't even have an indoor bathroom. He used a bucket instead. There were no trees on the street. The sidewalks were all hot top. It was very risky buying a house on River Street. And I just want to show you this first one here. That one, yes. This one here. This first one right here. Yep. So that's some idea of what River Street looked like when we bought on the street. Over years, it has changed. Okay, and just make sure you show over here. Okay. My husband and I were one of the first to push for change, and one by one, ever so slowly, with the arrival of each new owner and their support, River Street painstakingly began to improve. My husband, along with others, was very instrumental in pushing for and creating the first historic district. It seems like a no-brainer now, but back then it wasn't easy to convince homeowners of the advantages of living in an historic district. My husband and I paid for and planted the trees that are still on the street today, each now over 25 years old. As a neighborhood, we ripped up the asphalt, sidewalks, and laid down the bricks. And today, all the neighbors contribute to hanging flower baskets and lights that string across the street at Christmas. During the 90s, my husband and some others worked endlessly with the state to design and lobby for what is today called Leslie's Retreat Park, devoting years of time to this project. And I want you to see what River Street looks like right here, this one. This is how we've changed it. Top picture is the before, and then you can see afterwards. You see the trees, you see the flowers, you see the wreaths hanging across the street. It took a long time to get there. I want to take you back a bit to the 1950s, when I was a little girl, about 6 years old. Come for a ride with me in our 1952 Chevy. Let's leave my house on Pulaski Street in Peabody, right near the A.C. Lawrence Leather Factory, and drive along Route 114, heading to 60 Perkins Street in Salem, Palmer's Cove, to visit my Meme and Pepe. But in order to get there, we have to drive over the overpass. Today, you don't think much about it, but back then, the first thing we did if we had a window seat in the car was to get ready to hold our breath and turn the handle on the car door really fast in order to roll up the windows. Why? Because the stench and foul odor from the North River was overwhelming. Those were the days when the leather factories were in full swing and the pollution of the North River was unbearable. Low tide was always the worst. Not only could you smell the putrid air, but you could see the sludge at the bottom of the river. It was a dumping ground for everything. Today, it's Leslie's Retreat Park. Walk over the overpass someday. Walk the perimeter of the park. Look at the centuries-old homes standing proudly across Bridge Street. It's breathtaking. So we have this last one here. And this is Leslie's Retreat Park, and it was worse than that. This was getting a little bit better. And then now you see this beautiful picture of what it looks like. This is from that bridge that's on Leslie's Retreat Park. And there's that Webb building, a great building. Great building. Before Bridge Street was filled in, the river was the backyard to all those homes. By allowing Webb to build an approximately 35-foot-high building taking up most of the land, the quality of life for the neighborhood will be adversely affected by the sound of the never-ending drone created by mechanicals and outside compressors on the roof, the smell of the exhaust and the noise from diesel trucks and the loading and unloading of supplies right in our backyards, the beeping warning sounds from the trucks as they back up, and the shaking of our house foundations. No, That is not what Federal Street, Beckford Street, and River Street bargained for when we bought into our homes, neighborhoods. It is not compatible with a neighborhood. Just when we think all the chips are falling into place, we are now faced with an R2 zone possibly being changed to B4, which might not require design review and which is spot zoning. Do you think we all would have put forth the effort into fixing up and maintaining our homes, fighting for preservation, and making the sacrifices that come with owning a home that's centuries old, only to find out that there is a move afoot to change R2, which we relied on never changing, into B4, which once in place will never go away. If Webb later decides to relocate, that parcel becomes available to drive-ins and fast food restaurants, retail stores, etc. Where is the support for the homeowner? We are good neighbors who passionately contribute positively to the neighborhood and the city. Edges to historic districts are precious. If you keep chipping away at those edges, pretty soon you will be left with nothing. It's like a pearl necklace. If you keep removing one pearl at a time, you will be left with no necklace. The edges protect all that is inside. If Webb builds, do you think the residents who are negatively affected by this development are going to remain in their homes? Wouldn't you decide to sell your house before the development reduces the value of your home and the quality of life? Is that what you want to have happen? Is Webb more important than the people who actually live in Salem 24 hours a day, every day of the year? Thank you.
Next we have Tim Jenkins. Tim?
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council and the planning board. I have some documents I'd just like to pass around, if I could. Speaking off of this, and these are just aerial photos of a lot of FW Webb sites in Massachusetts. And they have a total of 80 sites, and they have 27 in Massachusetts. And like many others, I'd like to say this is a wonderful business. It's a great resource for all of us, businesses, consumers, when we go and buy their products. But like many others, I have to agree that this is not the right location, unfortunately, for this particular development. It belongs quite clearly, as others have said, in a more suitable location, which is generally what's happened around the Commonwealth. Thank you, Si. So I have a little presentation. I'll try to get through it quickly and not repeat anything we've already heard. Again, Webb's an old company, not quite as old as Salem's founding company, but
Tim,
an
before
old
you
company.
get into this, how lengthy do we have in mind here?
It's not going to be more than 5 minutes, I suspect,
Okay.
maybe less.
We'll indulge it.
But
here.
I didn't time it, so hopefully I'll beat that. So right now, in Massachusetts, FW Webb has 16 warehouse facilities, warehousing, let's call them distribution centers, and then they have, and these often include a showroom, and then they have smaller supply stores that then aren't as large in terms of warehousing and showrooms and what have you. And the current proposal here in Salem, and let me see if I can hopefully move this forward. Excuse me. Si, can you move that forward, or am I doing something wrong here? There we go. So this is a little bit of the information I'm giving you so you can follow along. The proposal here in Salem is for a 40,000 square foot warehouse, distribution center, retail showroom, and sales facility on a site adjacent to their existing North River Canal Corridor location. And in fact, their current location is in the North River Canal Corridor. So for better or worse, that facility couldn't actually be rebuilt in that location, but it could be converted to housing. So that's an option, and it's still open to us. Actually, even a joint, it can be more than one thing. Last point is, on this page, is that it requires a significant zoning change. This is obvious to everyone to build this new facility, and B4 is suggested. I would like to just check on one point that was made earlier, which is I believe the city, as a municipality, by right, is allowed to have a parking lot and any other municipal facility on that location, as can a church be built there. You can check the zoning rules. I believe that's correct. And I understand they want to do wholesale and automotive on that location, but my reading of the B4 zone actually indicates that it's a 50-50 use. You cannot have more than 50% of that facility as a wholesale facility. So not to give them legal advice, they have good counsel for that, but it seems to me the only way you could do it is under a building supply facility, which is actually also under the B4. But that's for another time. But so far, that's what I've heard. I believe both the parking is permitted, and I'm not sure about this wholesale automotive explanation for the use. To the next page, and I hope this works. There we go. These are the 27 wholesale facilities. On the left-hand side are wholesale businesses with showrooms, which is what's proposed here. And on the right-hand side are the smaller facilities. They're supply facilities. That's what we call them. That's what the company calls them. And you'll see Salem starred down there. And it's difficult to read, but the new footprint of this building is approximately 2.5 times the size of the existing building that they're in, which is very large, but it doesn't cover up as much space. So to the next page, please. Let's see. Okay, one more. There we go. Okay, facts. I just want to, these are interesting, and they'll sort of put this proposal in perspective. 26 of the 27 facilities are located in commercial or industrial park areas. Salem is the only one that is not in the Commonwealth. 25 of the 27 facilities do not immediately abut residential neighborhoods. The only other exception is Dedham. Okay? 24 of the 27 facilities are located distantly from residential dwellings. Salem, Dedham, and New Bedford are the only ones that are not. 21 of the 27 facilities are adjacent to similarly sized or larger commercial buildings. Salem is clearly not, even if you use the footprint of the existing facility. 16 of the 27 web facilities are close to major roadways or highways. Now, Bridge Street is anticipated to be larger, but in that particular area, it's a one-lane road in both directions with no divider. And so, and frankly, Bridge Street is just cannot really be called a highway. Let's see. Sorry, one more. Come on, sorry. Okay. Of the three facilities that Webb, out of the 27 in the Commonwealth, that Webb has near residential dwellings, currently they are all smaller supply-only stores, okay? They don't have showrooms, they don't have large warehouse facilities that you can go in, pick up stuff, pull out. So this is a different type of facility, and like I said before, none of them exist in this type of location. So Salem's, and the other problem here is that Salem has no nearby building supply stores unless you can include carpeting or something like that. So this is not near other places where you would go to make these type of purchases. You'd go up to Highland Avenue, you'd go up to Swampscott Road, Traders Way, that's where you find this type of facility, or you go out further on 114. And so I'd just say, of these, and I highlight this, of these three, only the proposed Salem location directly abuts a substantial residential neighborhood or properties, and most importantly, a National Register district, and included in it a National Historic Landmark. So these are very rare. They're 2,500 in the country. So it's not something I think we should be messing with lightly, making a zoning change like this that will even more severely impact. Sorry, can we shift one more? Thanks. So I'm just going to give you a little, we don't have to go through in detail, you can cover this, but this is just more information about each one of these facilities, the Dedham facility, the New Bedford facility, and the Salem facility. The reason I give you those is these are all the small facilities that are somewhat near residential areas. All the rest are not. So this is the information. This sort of describes them. You can read that. I won't go through each detail here. You have them. And then the conclusions that I think we should come to. Webb does not typically locate this kind of full-service facility in this kind of setting. In fact, I think it's probably good business practice not to, and they're certainly following that practice on a regular basis. There's no Webb facility in Massachusetts in a location that is comparable to this site in Salem. We would all welcome this new facility, frankly. We really would, but there are a number of other locations, one or two have already been mentioned, and I would specifically highlight Traders Way, Swampscott Road, and Highland Avenue. Now, I understand the city has tried to help Webb. I heard for several years. I know that some of the locations that I'm describing here have been in development for over decades, actually, and I would have thought that at some point, FW Webb would have figured out we wanted a different, more capable facility. Where else should we look? And where else should we look here in Salem? They've moved before to a better location, and I think they can do it again. And there are good economic reasons to have it in a different location. So I'll conclude there, and thanks very much, and I hope I stayed under 5.
All right, the next person we have signed up to speak is Linda Jenkins, and that was caught. No more presentations at this point.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a letter. I've been asked to read a letter from Barbara Cleary and David Hart, and I have copies here that I'd like to pass around. The letter deals with more than zoning, so I'll just focus on the zoning area. I live at 18 Broad Street. I'm the executive director of the Pickering Foundation. But I'm just going to read from the changing R2 zoning to B4 wholesale and automotive planning and zoning issues from the letter. Where city councilors and planning board members provided a thorough description of the uses allowed by right in the wholesale and automotive zone and an analysis of how such a zoning change is in conformance with other planning and zoning principles currently operative, this would seem extremely germane to any informed discussion or decision-making. For the record, below are examples of some uses allowed by right in the B4 wholesale and automotive district, and we've gone through these already tonight, so I won't read them again. If the zoning is changed, these uses will be allowed by right regardless of whether Webb owns the property. Unlike a special permit or variance, a zoning change cannot be tied to any particular use or owner. From a planning perspective, after an intensive master planning process of many years, all other formal industrial and commercial properties in the North River area were rezoned to the North River Canal Corridor zoning, designed to allow and encourage appropriate development that would not have a negative impact on the existing residential uses. This type of use, a warehouse and distribution facility, is not allowed in that zone, and for good reason, because of the negative effect, especially the heavy truck use, that accompanies such a use. Please also note that in B4 there is no design review required, as there is in the NRCC district. The planning board can comment on site elements as part of the site plan review process, but the board will have no authority to change the size, height, design, or materials of this project or any other subsequent project. It is difficult to imagine any situation where introducing a zoning use with such a degrading and negative effect on residential property into a neighborhood would be tolerated anywhere in Salem. There are many other issues: visual intrusion in a local and National Register historic neighborhood, environmental issues, and the complete absence of any kind of opportunity for public input other than the minimum required by law. However, based solely on procedural, economic, and planning and zoning issues, we believe that this proposal should be rejected. A far better outcome for the city than the current one on the table is to work actively with Webb to locate their desired facility in a more appropriate location, as well as to encourage reuse of their existing historic building. Thank you for your consideration of these comments and concerns. Sincerely, Barbara A. Cleary, David M. Hart. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person we have is Chuck Von Brunn. Would you like to come now?
I'm going to defer to the section about the proposal.
Okay. The next person signed up is Jeremiah Jennings. Okay, thank you. And next, Jane Stauffer.
I'll defer also.
Okay. Keep on going there. Okay, the next person signed up is Jan Eschauer. Eschauser.
Pretty good.
Glad I came that close. There's a lot of them here.
Boy, this is a time nobody wants to get up to speak when people have been sitting here for a couple of hours, so I will try to make my remarks really quick. Good evening, my name is Jan Echozier, and I reside at 15.5 River Street. 5 years ago, when my husband and I were looking to relocate in Massachusetts, we looked at many communities on the North Shore, and ultimately we chose Salem for many reasons, not least of which was an adorable little house on River Street. However, there was a problem. It backed up to what we considered a blighted and somewhat run-down area of Bridge Street. So not to be discouraged, however, I did some due diligence and I came across something that other people have mentioned tonight. I discovered the North River Canal Corridor Master Plan, a blueprint for smart growth practices that was exciting, aspirational, and sustainable. It noted that the, quote, reconstruction of Bridge Street offers an opportunity to create well-landscaped quality road that will improve the identity of the corridor and the edges of Leslie's Retreat Park. And I also discovered that Bridge Street was actually zoned 2-family. Of course, since then I've learned that residential will not be permitted in that area, but somehow I envisioned artist loft space, galleries, small bakeries along that very stretch of road. As derelict properties became vacant and went on the market, I could look forward to their being replaced. It would become an attractive 4-lane boulevard with well-landscaped areas on both sides of the street to generate pedestrian traffic by installing lighting and wide sidewalks to provide better access to open space by strengthening both physical and visual links to Leslie's Retreat Park, and to reduce the ecological footprint of future growth by residential projects that were in scale and character with the existing historic neighborhoods. In short, I envisioned Bridge Street as being transformed. We bought our house. I've planted bulbs along Beckford Way. I've helped clean up the undergrowth along Bridge Street. I've watched with interest as derelict buildings came down on Bridge Street, and now the future of the former Universal Steel site is in question. What is our collective vision for Bridge Street? I think perhaps that's where we've somewhat parted ways. Some of us are comparing what could be there to what is already there in sections of Bridge Street. I think we should take a more aspirational approach and think about what might be a better choice. The Universal Steel site will be a bookend to the Gateway site, which has been described as an urban village. How does a warehouse of the sort proposed by F.W. Webb fit into that vernacular, let alone into the abutting historic neighborhoods? And someone else has mentioned that the NRCC specifically prohibits warehousing and distribution facilities, and I think that's a very telling, it was the first item that they actually disallow. I believe we are being asked to take a step backward by allowing a building whose scale, mass, and use are better suited to another location. Again, please don't understand me. I have nothing but respect for F.W. Webb. I know that they have made an enormous contribution to the economy, and I recognize their deep roots in Salem, and I certainly would hate to lose their participation. I do question, however, whether they are asking us to pay too high a price, requiring us to dramatically change the zoning ordinance to accommodate their expansion on this particular site. I would like to quote the Urban Land Institute, quote, "The era when anything developed in an urban neighborhood was considered to be better than nothing is over. Desperation has driven many communities to accept developments that are inappropriate for an urban street and antithetical to an enjoyable pedestrian experience. Suburban-style pedestrian deficient retailing with blank walls facing the sidewalk, inappropriate building design and scale, and lack of pedestrian amenities are some of the most egregious mistakes that made many urban streets mean and decidedly unfriendly." As an aside, one of the goals of the master plan is to connect disparate neighborhoods and provide more open spaces where people can sit, walk, run, play, or bike. I fail to see how giving up Beckford Way, A direct physical and visual link to Leslie's Retreat Park advances that goal of a more walkable, interconnected, and green city. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Fred Biebesheimer. Fred? Did I get that right?
Thank you. My name's Fred Biebesheimer. I live on 17 River Street. I've lived in Salem for 25 years. We live on River Street with my wife Lisa and 2 teenage boys. I'm going to skip over some of my introduction because so much of it's been said much better by previous speakers, but I echo the sentiment that over the years that I've lived on River Street and in Salem in general, I've watched the continual improvement of the Bridge Street area, even as of late with the new sidewalks and lighting on the upper end of the street and the slow cleanup of the parts closer to us. And then when I look at the proposed use of this space, I echo what others have said already, that I think we can do much better as a city that's always seemed to have such a clear vision for the future. I just have 2 specific points to make relative to zoning. A couple things that I don't think have been brought up. This is more just for kind of some thought process as it relates to zoning. As I understand it, the City of Salem participates in the FEMA National Flood Insurance Program, and as such, I understand we need to require of our building codes certain adherence to flood prevention standards. As I read those codes, that puts a lot of potential design constraints on a building that can go on that spot, and I don't know whether developers have brought up any of those potential issues, because the entire site appears to be in a Zone A coastal floodplain. So when we talk about a height of 35 feet, I question whether that's legitimate if in fact the site will have to be built on stilts and elevated up above potential high water mark. So that's a concern I have, that when we talk about a building of a certain height, it might ultimately be higher than what's being proposed, and then some of the graphics that we've seen become even more dramatic with the building higher. So that's one of my concerns. The second concern relates again to a vision of potential uses for other spaces, other buildings in the area. The existing Webb building, well, no details have been provided. It's pretty clear that someone is going to be turning that into either residential or office or mixed use space in that regard. It's a fairly large building, and if you kind of take a guess at what might go in it, I asked my father, who's a retired architect, to give a rough idea of what might go in there. And just one example is you could fit 10 studio units, 25 one-bedroom units, and 15 two-bedroom units. So that's what it is. But then you need parking for it. So if you allocate 1 parking spot per studio, and then 2 parking spots for each of the other units, you're looking at 90+ spots that you need for parking to make that a viable facility. I think it's pretty clear that people aren't going to want to walk too far. People, generally speaking, like to have parking right where they live. And similarly, if you made it into an office building, even doing a simple design of 2 office suites per floor, that's 10 offices, you have a minimal 5 spaces per office. That's 50 spots plus visitor parking, so you need 60 spots. The current land to the, I believe it's to the east of the building, has room for at most 33 spots, give or take, without any outdoor amenities that you might provide to future tenants. So I guess my point there is, by the city selling this land, we're potentially losing an opportunity to further potentially a better development, something more appropriate to the neighborhood, and lose an opportunity to lease some spaces to a future development for what's obviously going to be a parking need for that kind of development. Just like the city does now, they lease spots at the Church Street parking garage to the Church Street condominiums, for example. So it's something that the city does in other locations. Those are my comments, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Fred. Next, we have Lisa Spence.
Hi. I have copies of my comments for everyone, backup materials, which I'll hand out later. I am opposed to rezoning in this, in the location that we're discussing. But let me introduce myself. My name is Lisa Spence, and I'm a resident of River Street. I have a master's in environmental health from Tufts University and experience working on a variety of polluted sites as a human health risk assessor, a soil and water sampling team leader, and a technical advisor to community groups dealing with hazardous waste cleanups. Today, I'd like to speak to the human health risks associated with uncapping the former Universal Steel site for construction of any sort. And that's my biggest concern with rezoning it to B4, is that there will be construction. The distribution and concentration of pollutants at the former Universal Steel site causes 3 big problems for site reuse. First, the site remains highly contaminated. Of the 157 soil samples evaluated at closure, PCBs were found in 86% of the soils tested. 16% of the detections were above 50 parts per million. I apologize for acronyms, but that's considered highly contaminated. And 7 samples were above 1,000 parts per million. EPA didn't stop their cleanup efforts at the site because it was clean. They stopped cleaning up because they ran out of money. They put a cap over it. Secondly, even when soils contain less than 50 parts per million PCBs, they often contain extremely high levels of other pollutants. Thirdly, the soil data from Universal Steel reads like a who's who of dangerous pollutants. PCBs and lead are the most common, but the full list includes over 48 additional pollutants. Notables include mercury, chromium, cadmium, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, tetrachloroethylene, industrial solvents like trichloroethylene, and finally asbestos. Add to these issues that the whole site is just 5 feet above groundwater, and any reuse gets tricky. This is why, after $3.5 million spent on the Universal Steel cleanup, we are left with a capped site and contaminated soils from roughly 4 feet down to at least 15 feet below the surface. The cap and the activity use limitation, or AUL, are working. The current liner and asphalt cap keep contaminated soils from blowing around, while the AUL attached to the property deed alerts the city to the fact that they can't dig on the site. What would happen during construction? If the cap is removed and construction begins at the site, we can expect additional pollutant exposures to primarily abutting residents, but really anyone who passes the site or works nearby. These people can expect to breathe polluted dust. Soil will be excavated and placed in piles. Then 50 to 70% of the soils will have to be mixed with a phosphate powder, EnviroBlend. It's something that the EPA found out you have to do in order to dispose of these sites, the soils. And then the whole pile gets stirred by a big loader. The excavators will agree to spraying water to keep dust down, but it's unlikely that they will. Not even US EPA sprayed soil piles, as I witnessed many times during their remediation driving by on Bridge Street. Spraying makes the soil heavier and its disposal more expensive. On a poorly managed site, trucks and people might track dirt from the site out onto Bridge Street for the duration of the construction and installation of all below-grade utilities like water, gas, and sewer. Any PCB-contaminated soils excavated below 5 feet will need to be specially dewatered. At larger sites, water treatment plants have been brought in, but there will be pressure on the budget to avoid this. Will the damp piles be left out to air dry? Will dams be installed and water containing PCB sediments, lead, chromium, and other site pollutants be pumped into Salem sewer system? It's far from clear. And the reason I'm saying it's far from clear, I've read through a cleanup proposal by Alliance Environmental Group completed for Webb, and they said nothing about the dewatering. Why worry about a little contaminated dust? For those living close to the site, the more accurate question is why worry about more contaminated dust? Site development will mean that some residents will experience their 5th exposure to Universal Steel's site pollutants. First, residents were exposed to releases that took place over the 60 years that Universal Steel operated and then sat idle. Contaminated dust, solvent fumes, PCBs spilled in abutting neighborhood yards, and the contaminated runoff from the site during flooding. The second time occurred when residents were exposed to soils and dust while the PCBs in 3 neighborhood backyards were excavated. The third time, EPA came back and excavated soils in 2 more neighborhood yards. Most recently, residents were exposed to all the dust generated during the 9 months that US EPA broke apart contaminated concrete, mixed contaminated soils with stabilizer, and dumped contaminated soil and concrete into trucks. So if the site is rezoned and developed, there will be contaminated dust released and people will be exposed all over again. We are talking about seriously polluted dust. Dust from the site may contain any number of chemicals, but most worrying are the pollutants that tend to stick to soil: PCBs, metals, and PAHs. US EPA noted that many of the Universal Steel pollutants are known or expected to cause cancer: arsenic, cadmium, lead, PCBs, and 7 of the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. Since PCBs are ubiquitous in site soils, 86%, it is likely that there will be carcinogens in any dust released. But cancer isn't the only concern. The 2 primary site pollutants, PCBs and lead, are also neurotoxic and tend to accumulate in the human body: PCBs to fat and lead to bone, making exposures over a lifetime somewhat additive. This means that, for instance, exposure to lead from site dust should be considered with all the other lead exposures that residents might face: paint dust, water from old pipes, or soil around their homes. This is especially worrying for our most vulnerable residents, young children. And then I spent a lot of time looking at the remedial action plan, which is a 507-page PDF that people have probably seen, and took a look at that along with the Alliance estimate. Webb has said that if they buy the former Universal Steel property, the city must agree to defer their taxes in an aggregate amount equal to the environmental remediation costs required to construct the project. In other words, Salem will reimburse Webb for every penny Webb spends on the extra measures they'll need to take to build at Universal Steel because of the remaining pollutants at the site. Agreeing to this creates a huge financial risk for the city. Once sold, the city will have limited say about any remediation costs. That will be in the hands of US EPA and Webb. It's like writing a blank check. So how much will this remediation cost? Webb's consultant, AEG, it's Allied Environmental Group, generated a bare bones estimate that has been quoted in a memorandum of $453,000. So right off the bat, Salem will lose at least that much in tax revenue from Webb in the coming years. At $453,000, Webb's remediation estimate fails to account for at least 6 additional expenses. US EPA found that 50 to 70% of the site soils were so high in leachable lead, it's a test they need to run, that they needed to be treated prior to disposal or sent to an more expensive landfill. US EPA opted to treat all this soil on site with a product called EnviroBlend, and since the AEG estimate didn't include EnviroBlend, Webb will need to send 50 to 70% of excavated site soils to the more expensive landfill. That would result in an additional cost of remediation at roughly $240,000. Site groundwater is at 5 feet below the surface, and the Webb building will be built on a 10-foot foundation. As a result, about half of the PCB contaminated soils removed at the site will be soaking wet. You can't simply haul these soils off in a regular truck, leaking PCB contaminated sediments all the way to Vermont. Those soils will need to be dewatered and the water subsequently treated. This will be expensive. PCB soil dewatering could add $90,000 or more to costs. Webb will not be able to simply place a porous concrete slab on grade at this site, even with clean fill, Webb below the slab, without excavating a lot more soil than they plan to. Any clean soil under the concrete will become contaminated over time as the groundwater level rises during flooding events. Webb will need a vapor barrier. The Webb estimate includes $37,500 for polystyrene sheeting as a vapor barrier. These sheets are fine for insulation, but are not designed for use in this situation. Separated sheets would have to be overlapped or taped together, leaving ample opportunity for leakage. AEG included an estimate for a second option, use of a product called Liquid Boot in their report. This is a membrane that's applied as a spray and has been used in many similar applications. AEG estimated that use of the appropriate vapor barrier, Liquid Boot, rather than the polystyrene sheets would increase the cleanup cost by $87,500. Webb's estimate is based on removing 1,200 cubic yards of soil. That may sound like a lot, but it's the equivalent of skimming 14 inches of soil from the footprint of the proposed Webb building.
President, at some point, are we going to give other folks a chance to speak?
Yeah, is there, how much more is there?
I only have 2 more issues to raise.
Cover those and let the rest of the.
I'm trying to read really quickly too. Well, because we were only supposed to make comments at one time, I had zoning comments, so I had to combine them with these comments.
We will be, just to be aware, guys, obviously we will be reconvening this later on to hear other issues. So I'd like to focus primarily on zoning. I can see this was going to go. But let's rest it and.
I'll speed up, okay.
Finish this one.
Okay, so they have an estimate for soil removal. All I'm saying is that if you increase that soil estimate by a mere 25%, remediation costs go up by $78,000. Webb's contractor has also estimated that 50% more time will be needed for LSP and engineering if US EPA gets involved. If the site were straightforward, US EPA might not need to play a role. But this site has extremely high levels of PCBs and lead, PCB-contaminated soils that need to be dewatered. It's in a floodplain and adjacent to a residential area. It's not a simple site, and US EPA is more than likely to get involved. AEG has estimated that US EPA involvement will increase the cost of the cleanup by $125,000. In this cleanup, US EPA removed all of the concrete structures on the site except one. The vault that used to house the metal baler. It's big, 10 feet by 10 feet and 30 feet deep. The concrete hasn't been sampled yet, but likely contains PCBs since the oil collected in the bottom contained PCBs. It's located directly along one of Webb's proposed foundation walls and will need to be broken up for disposal. If not in its entirety, then at least the top third. This is an additional 33 tons of contaminated concrete. Removal of the top third of the vault could add as much as $9,900. When we add up all the additional expenses, the more likely cost of site remediation is $1,085,000, very close to the ballpark estimate in the RAP of $1 million, and represents a huge amount of revenue lost to the city of Salem. Thank you.
During this process, we want to hear everything that people have to say, but at the same time, we have a lot of people who want to speak. We have a lot of issues that we're going to need to speak to throughout this whole process. It's 10 after 9, and we're still doing the joint public hearing with the planning board right now. So just please, as we call additional people to speak, please keep that in mind. Please respect the time of everybody here in the room, including all the other people who want to speak after you. And get your opinions across, and let's try and move through this process and do this the right way. Councilor Ryan.
I just think that you should keep the comments, this part, just to the zoning change.
Yeah, try to speak to zoning here.
The environmental stuff, when we get to the other sections.
Yeah, we will be picking up later on with the other issues. We have a question?
I have a question.
Sure.
Talk about the zoning change. Does that preclude discussion on the finances and cost of this? It would seem to me that the two are very tightly coupled.
They
Her
are, and well, they're tied
outlined
together,
the
and we have
exhaustion of
multiple,
the
and we
total
have.
sale price of the land.
They are tied together. We have multiple hearings overall on this that, again, we're not going to be completing all 5 of the hearings that we have before us tonight. We'll be
Schedule
speaking.
those hearings. I'm new to this process.
Yep.
But I came here with an open mind to listen to the proposals. And quite honestly, it's been very little with the finances of this. And
Mm-hmm.
her presentation was probably the most substantive regarding costs. And quite honestly, all I heard was the $1 million money we're going to receive for the sale has already been exhausted.
I'll answer this quickly and then go on. We have, if you look at the agenda for this, we have multiple public hearings, and those do speak to the purchase and sale. They speak to the declaration of surplus and the remainder of the issues involved in this. So the next person that we have here, and again, let's try and confine ourselves here as much as possible to zoning. Yes, to some degree, these are all interrelated, but we need to have the focus on what we're looking to do primarily with this first hearing. So the next person who is signed up here is Jane Arlander. Jane, would, okay. I still have more to go, and then we're going to poll the room after that. Jim Carney? Jim?
I'm Jim Carney, 1.5 Cambridge Street. To me, this is the wrong place for this project. Zoning, as I understand it, is supposed to be a forward planning tool, not just a reaction to whatever the proposal lands in our lap. The NRCC vision and plan that most of you voted to accept and implement was such a plan. It calls for reclaiming the area from the ravages of our industrial excesses in the past. You will be letting many people down, the Chausiers and the other unpronounceable names. Who believed you when you approved the NRC plan. Many folks who have bought property abutting the Universal Steel site, are you now going to throw them, all the abutters and their neighbors underneath the bus by subjecting them to trucks backing up with their beepers at 5 a.m., 50 feet away from their house, and the noise of the HVAC equipment and the fumes from the truck's diesels? When you approve of the zoning change to B4 and the sale of Webb to Webb, you will be also subjecting these people to folks of airborne toxins that Lisa talked about, thanks to the digging and stirring up of the job that the taxpayers just completed, just paid $4 million for to clean up and cap. Would you want that abutting your property? Leave it capped as a parking lot. A professional real estate appraiser has estimated that allowing the project to go forward will result in a 15% reduction in the property values of the abutters. Are you going to vote to strip them of 15% of the value of what is likely their largest asset? I urge you not to undo the progress that has been made with the residential projects implemented or planned for the NRCC. The new apartments on Goodhue Street, those proposed for Flintan, the 117 slated for the Gateway Center, and those at Salem Oil and Grease and Salem Suede. Don't let it slip back into industrial usage. Don't undo the previously approved zoning. And there are most likely other spots in Salem for Webb. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Next, we have Justin Whittier. Justin, you here? There you are.
Good evening. My name is Justin Whittier. I live at 10 River Street. And I'm not here to voice my opposition to Webb as a company. I'd like to see Webb grow and succeed and even expand to an appropriate site in Salem if they choose. But I am here to voice my opposition to Webb's proposed expansion to the Universal Steel site as an inappropriate and incompatible, in my opinion, usage and my opposition to the zoning change that would allow it. I have two arguments to make. First, that I don't believe Webb's proposal is even allowed by the proposed zoning change from R2 to B4. And second, that even if it were, B4 is entirely wrong for this site, in my opinion. Webb has very clearly proposed a retail wholesale operation, a use which is specifically disallowed by B4 zoning. Webb certainly emphasizes its wholesale operation, which is its sale to contractors. But in the business overview section of its proposal, it refers to Frank Webb's Bath Center, which will be located on the second floor of the proposed building, as, quote, retail, unquote. And we heard it again tonight from one of Webb's representatives. Retail and wholesale side by side, not allowed by B4. But now against the zoning itself, zoning never goes back. Once we've lost R2, we've lost it for good. And when it's gone, what we're left with under B4 is a zoning that allows a building to cover 80% of the lot area at a height of 45 feet. When I look at what B4 allows by right, I see small-scale businesses on small lots, a barber shop, a hair salon, an upholstery repair, a mechanic shop. And that would seem to be why B4 is the only usage which allows lot coverage up to 80%. Nothing else comes close. The next highest is 50%, the rest are below. I believe the zones are graduated for a reason, from minimum lot sizes of 6,000 to 12,000 square feet to minimums of 40,000 square feet. B4 starts at 6,000 square feet, the lowest. 40,000 is for a business park development and industrial uses. And what is the Universal Steel site alone in square footage? 51,000 square feet. Imagine a barber shop on the Universal site at the scale of the proposed building. It's clearly ludicrous. Based on this zoning, Webb has been able to propose the oversized structure we have seen. I have no doubt that Webb is well-intentioned, but neither they nor we can see the future. Webb is a billion-dollar company with 80 locations in 8 states. There is no guarantee that they will remain in Salem. But the zoning on this site will. And if Webb leaves, what will we have? Not simply the Universal site with the allowed 80% lot coverage, but the new consolidated area of 3 separate lots from 297 Bridge, the Public Way, and 311 Bridge Street, a much larger area upon which would be allowed structures 45 feet high and covering 80% of this new space, without any design review. You've seen the scale and incompatibility of the proposed building from Cy-Fisk. Imagine what could be done at this larger scale. I hope that the council will look to the future as well as the present and vote not to allow the zoning change. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Next person we have signed up is Carl.
Hi, Andrew Carr, 7 River Street. I want to start off by saying that if anyone is tired in the room of these proceedings, I think we can all thank Mayor Driscoll for organizing all 4 of these issues to happen on one night. That being said, there's been a lot of talk about, or claims that this development is not a big box proposal. And I wasn't aware that there was any actual legal classification for such a colloquial term. According to Wikipedia, a big box store, give me a sec here, is a physically large retail establishment, usually part of a chain. And after a brief Google search, I found many big box stores from Barnes & Noble to Walmart that are at or below 26,000 feet. So my point is that just because this proposal is not as big as a Walmart supercenter does not mean that we should think of this as not a big box store. I have a short video that I would like to that shows the
we won't be doing the video
it's a
this
3D
time.
model pertaining to the zoning, and I would like that to be
not at this point. Not for the presentation here.
despite it pertaining to zoning. It's a 3D model that shows the physical dimensions of the blueprints. I think it would be very
Had enough
appropriate.
videos at this point, Mr. Carr.
Even if it's under the time
Why
limit?
not?
It's so quick.
Under the time limit.
I believe it's important for the planning board, the city council to see. I was told that we would be allowing presentations, given that the web company was allowed to give 2 presentations
And
on 2 different
we have allowed
nights.
quite a few of them.
I'll be happy for my, I'd like to see it.
We'd like to see it.
It's on YouTube.
Raise hands if you want it.
That's not.
Is this a democracy?
They're welcome to view it. Is
this a democracy?
This is a public hearing for the city council and the planning board.
Well, the Salemites want to see it. Are you denying that?
Can we have some order in this chamber?
Counselor, thank you, Counselor.
Are you denying me the right to show this video?
Yes, Mr. Carr, I
Thank
am
you.
doing thus.
I thought you would say that. So I printed up these.
Please feel free to pass those out.
Can I pass these out? Am I
Yes,
allowed to do that?
absolutely.
Good. Well, I'll give it to you first, since you're most curious about it. This is what it looks like.
We have to.
Am I allowed to hand this to you?
Yes.
There you go.
Absolutely.
I want you to pass these around. This is what the building will look like from various angles around the McIntyre district. If you had allowed me to show the 3D model, it would have been a bit more easy to understand.
Mr.
This
President,
is
may I
what
speak?
the park used to look like, just so you can pass it around.
Counselor?
I believe in the interest of fairness, we should give him a few minutes. If it goes beyond the 7 minutes, you've allowed for anybody to speak. What does it matter if we speak through sign language, through video, through his voice, whatever?
Counselor Fury?
We can't, we've been talking about total transparency and openness, and here's a chance. At the last meeting, the public wasn't allowed to speak at all. We can allow some concession. I'm just as tired and don't want to be here late as much as anybody else.
Counselor Fury, what-
As Dean of the City Council, the integrity of this local government, I think democracy is where rubber hits the wheel. I think we should see that video, we should have that dialogue and discussion continue. This is a very emotional issue. I think sincerely, I've been in favor of listening to that video, sincerely.
Okay, well. On this one, I will take a show of hands from the combined, from the city council and the planning board, not the audience. That's not what this is for. If you, as a group, are willing to allow Mr. Carr to display this video, then we'll allow them to fire up the laptop one more time for it. But I will leave it to that. So on that, by show of hands.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Just one caveat with all due respect to Mr. Carr. If he, at the very end, because was sent to me by his father, if at the end where the truck is driving down the street in what seems to be a floodplain and the sound of a flushing toilet, I think that end of it needs to be stricken. That's just...
There's no
He's not talking.
Yes, there is. I listened to it last night.
Well, let's see it again. I'll prove you wrong.
Simply run it without sound.
We're going to argue longer about not...
Mr. Carr, you're being allowed your video. Fire it up quickly.
Check the registry.
We dim the lights? I'm just
We asked you to run this without a speaker system?
Yeah. No, you can run it. It's fine. It's fine. Let him go.
I got a few questions.
No, I got a few questions. Seriously, to me, it's not like flushing toilets. Yes. The last one.
Hey, Justin, can you help me?
We can make sure we will step behind, which will ensure.
Since 1628. Let's start with the basics. This is F.W. Webb on Bridge Street in Salem, Mass. For those who don't know, Webb is the largest wholesale plumbing supplier on the Northeast, with 80 outlets in 9 states. In 2012, their gross annual sales was just under $1 billion. Webb wants to vacate its current brick building and build a bigger warehouse and showroom on this city-owned land. But before they can do that, they need to buy these 3 parcels from the city. The first is the former site of Universal Steel. The second is this small patch, and the third is this long strip, which has been a public way for Salemites since 1628. Combined with the former Alpha Auto lot, which they already own, they will have enough room to build this. But the selling of city land must first pass a series of city council votes, which are scheduled to take place on January 26. Phew, okay. Now that you're caught up, let's start looking at some of the issues. According to regulations on the selling of city land, city councilors should only choose a proposal that is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. This is what Webb wants to build. To give you a better sense of its scale, I've created this 3D model of their proposal. The building is big. It will use over 26,000 square feet of space, and will be somewhere between 35 to 45 feet tall. Given its scale, flat roof, and lack of architectural effort, this is most definitely a big box store. It's hard to believe that something like this could be built on the very edge of the McIntyre district, which is nationally recognized for its outstanding examples of architecture. Keep in mind the families and children that live in this neighborhood. Ask yourself if you would want this in your backyard. Ask yourself if there will be an increase in traffic from visiting customers. Ask yourself if there will be more deliveries from 24-foot box trucks or UPS freights. Will there be an increase in noise pollution or light pollution? Will Federal and River Street homes have their views of the North River blocked by loading docks, parked trucks, and outside storage? Will property values decline? Will neighbors sell their homes and leave the neighborhood? A development like this can have major consequences for the community, which is why the compatibility of the proposal is stated in the city regulations. Even if the city council decides that this is appropriate to this, Webb will still not be legally allowed to build. Why? Well, the land is all zoned as R2, which means that only residential 2-family homes are meant for the area, which is appropriate when you consider all of the homes that immediately abut the property. If Webb wants to build, the city council will have to vote to rezone the land from R2 to B4 wholesale automotive. This is called spot zoning, by the way, and it's illegal. But let's say they do rezone. Why would this be dangerous? Just consider a day in the future when Webb may decide to leave Salem. Webb may be gone, but that B4 zoning remains, which means that other B4 wholesale companies can now open up shop, such as Walmart, Costco, Target, IKEA, as well as any fast food chain like McDonald's, Burger King, or Taco Bell. We have to decide now what we want Bridge Street to look like in the future, especially since the Sylvania site is also being developed. Rezoning Webb will set a dangerous precedent for the day when these parcels also go up for sale. Do we honestly want another entrance corridor like Highland Ave? Have we already forgotten what Bridge Street used to look like? It's taken years to develop Leslie's Retreat Park, tear down Universal, and clean up the site. Are we really going to just give it back to a big box store after all this work? Are we really going to sell the public way to a private company? A public way Salemites have been using since 1628? The way I see it, the land isn't even surplus. It is currently generating money for the city as a parking lot. A parking lot needed during snow emergencies. A parking lot needed for commuters into Boston. A parking lot needed for the upcoming probate court. A parking lot needed for the Salem High Marching Band fundraisers. A parking lot needed for the tourists, who, by the way, travel to Salem not for the pipes of Webb, but for the beauty of Salem. Do I think Webb is a good company? Yes, and I hope it stays in Salem. Do I think Webb's proposal is right for the spot? Absolutely not.
So much for that.
Splish splash, I was thinking of them. All about Saturday night.
All right, Mr. Carr, you can take that and scoot now. Liz Nugent from next up.
I feel as though I should speak because I'm Elizabeth Nugent. I'm an abutter directly to the property at 12 River Street. And zoning, yes, I believe, after listening to what's going on here, I believe I'm under zoning. As an abutter, I strongly disagree with the city's intention to sell the former Universal Steel property to F.W. Webb. If you want to keep families in Salem, please consider quality of life issues, and please consider the overall vision of the North River Canal Corridor. We bought our home at 12 River Street 15 years ago. Leslie's Retreat, stretching from the North Street overpass to Flint Street, is a jewel and was a main selling point for me. We were the beneficiaries of 15 years of hard work by the citizens of River Street. With the cooperation of forward-looking politicians and millions of federal dollars, River Street citizens, activists, created a park and began to restore the health of the river. The price of our home reflected that. Why now take steps backward as far as quality of life for its citizens? The size of the new retail wholesale facility is simply too large. It is out of scale. Currently, when driving west on Bridge Street from North Street to Flint, you see the fine brick building of F.W. Webb, and after that, to the left, you see the backs of the colorful houses of Federal and River Street. To the right, you see the park and the sky and the backs of the homes off of Mason Street. The view from Bridge Street is important to preserve for both its citizens as a welcoming corridor for visitors. Let's continue to improve this important corridor. If Webb builds its retail warehouse space, it will overwhelm the district visually and also overwhelm the abutters with noise and light. There is constant pedestrian traffic in and around the neighborhood. I worry constantly for the ones who are walking on Bridge Street. Surely we can work to make it more hospitable so the pedestrians and drivers aren't worrying about an accident. And now, if this building is approved, we would have to worry about trucks and increased traffic on our way to the train or to the park. And despite of what others have said about the Beckford Way, it is an important part of our neighborhood, and the way it has been rerouted defeats its purpose. Removal of the Universal Steel, of course, was important, but replacing it with a huge eyesore, which includes a permanent change of zoning from R2 to B4 for future generations to bear, is unacceptable. An oversized warehouse is too much to ask for the abutters to put up with. We already put up with heavy traffic and truck noise, which literally shakes our homes. You are now asking us to add on to that trucks from Webb. The Webb driveway would be alongside our driveway and near to our backyard. How do we know there will not be idling diesel trucks a stone's throw from our house? And are we sure there will be no storage of pipes outside the property? How about light in our windows or mechanical noise from the top of the building? We are grateful, of course, to have Universal Steel gone, but this warehouse will be an eyesore and needs to be put in industrial zone. I have no problem with the Webb business as it is in its current building, but I don't see why we have to settle for this building. Thank you.
We now have first initial P. Nugent, same address.
Peter Nugent, 12 River Street. I think I'm in the house that Carol referenced that didn't have the toilet, but thanks to Webb, I do have a toilet now. And I have a carpet from buying it down at McCarrian's. I use the auto body shop next door. I think Webb is a good company. But I don't agree with the development or the change in the zoning. I wanted to give a little bit of perspective, as my wife did, is that we abut the property. We're down in the end by Alpha Auto Body. My yard goes to Bridge Street. My driveway goes to Bridge Street. So I spent a lot of time there trying to get out onto Bridge Street, which is a parking lot. The lights at the train station, which were important, didn't really help. That's not really this concern, but it's a parking lot. I don't know what's going to happen with trucks. I know there's not that many, supposedly. I lost count of how many there were, but don't know what time they're going to start in the morning, although they're going to end in the early afternoon. Trucks and traffic going in and out of that off of Bridge Street. Also, we had indicated that Bridge Street floods. We saw some pictures of that. It does flood. It's not a full moon, high tide situation. That street is flooded a lot, especially with the snow. We're lucking out this year, but last year it was, you know, a complete mess. I don't know what's going to happen with that, and as we talked before, coming back a little bit to this height aspect, not to keep on dwelling on it, I don't know what the height is. Like Lynn, you said it's 35 feet. I assume that includes all mechanicals on top, and as we indicated earlier, because of the flood situation, assume you're going to have to raise that building. So again, it's not going to be above 35 feet is what I'm being told. Talking about the flooding, as Lisa indicated, it floods all the time. We do some the remediation. We went through this already once. We got Post-its from the EPA that was put at our houses on days saying that they were going to be doing filling trucks. Stay inside. Be careful with your kids outside. We'll go through that again. Who knows how they were really handling it. So again, there will be the remediation aspect. As you know, with the flooding, I feel sorry for the dogs and all the pets that are over at Leslie's Retreat. The water floods, that water goes over there. These toxins are in the soil. In addition, North River, I don't know if anybody's been following that. Finally, all white have been coming back to the North River. So, but that floods and it goes all the way across Leslie's Retreat and it goes into the river. My kids ice skate on Leslie's Retreat from the flooding. So again, the lighting, I don't know what kind of industrial lighting there will be. Again, looking at the pictures, we talk about this pipe, or I'm not sure if it's pipe storage or storage, on the back side of the building against River Street. That seems a little, you know, funny to me that you put a loading dock and a pipe storage against the residential area. I assume there's still cast iron pipe and metal pipe and plumbing. I can understand what that will sound like when that's being offloaded in the mornings and at night. So I think we covered a lot of other pieces that people have talked about. Again, I am concerned about the financial aspects of this, but everybody keeps on saying about Webb. We changed the zoning. Webb is here. Hopefully they stay for a long time. They stay in Salem. But if they leave, well, we know why would they leave? But here I am now. I am doing the kitchen. I would love to go to Webb to get my fixtures. I can buy them on Amazon, get them delivered to my house for a lot less cost. So I can't afford to go to Webb anymore. So you never know who's going to still be here. Thank you.
Next we have Ann Radigan, I think it is. Did I read? I couldn't make it from the...
Please, if you allow me to read from my iPhone, I'm sorry. Mayor Driscoll, President Torrio, members of the council and the planning board, I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to talk tonight. And please, if I may, apologize for my out of order outburst on January 6th. I hope you understand it was a little bit too emotional. Maybe you get people are actually concerned about this issue. Probably got that at the time. Anyway, my name is Dan Madigan. I live at 14 River Street with my wife and daughter, and I would like to address the issue of zoning. And I do hope that FW Webb stays in Salem. Again, I did go to their store as a patron a couple of times. They're a very it's great to have a store like that that does have specialized equipment. If you go to Home Depot or if you go to other stores, they don't necessarily have that. FW Webb is a specialized company that does offer a lot to people, especially who live in a historic district, because they do tend to have specific parts for items that have been in a house for a long time or whatever, rather than going to Home Depot where you can only get the ones that have been out for the past 10 years or so forth. So again, I have nothing against FW Webb as a company and as a neighbour, and we do try to go to neighbours or businesses on this Bridge Street when we can. I use the automotive joint at Mo's Garage and Fody's Garage, just abutting the Nugents, are very good people and so forth. But I just want you to know that I have nothing against an appropriate development at that lot, which was formerly Universal Steel. But I truly believe that this proposal is preposterous. And Salem has been our home for 15 years, and through all of that time, we've lived among wonderful neighbours. Many are also raising kids and working full-time and tending to their homes. We have always strived to maintain and renew our house's historic character. We submit required notices to the Salem Historic Commission for exterior updates to our property in terms of all major work, finished material and proper appearance of doors and windows and paints. And I must admit to thinking it was a nuisance at one time at the start of the house revision. I just wish to go out, get something and do it. But there has to be more deliberation if you do live in a historic district. And all in all, though, efforts are rewarded knowing that the Historical Commission of Salem has the best interests at heart. And the vision embraced by my entire neighbourhood has always been that of a vibrant residential community within a federally recognised historical district and abutting the North River Canal corridor. Only 20% of the North River Canal corridor has yet to be finished, and that is the area across the street from where I live, between Leslie's Retreat Park and what was formerly the Universal Steel. Hopefully sometime in the future that will happen. We've joked about it, saying that it won't ever happen, but we truly hope that it does, because what we have do is, though I've been there for 15 years, I consider myself relatively a newcomer to Salem. We've learned how longer-term neighbours have worked for decades, literally. They've planted trees and shrubberies, they've replaced asphalt sidewalks with more historic red brick pathways, and we've all helped each other as much as we can, and especially to my benefit, people have been tremendously patient. I sometimes joke that you can see the Great Wall from China. Is the only thing man-made item you can see from space, but you can see my wall on Google Maps because I haven't built it yet. It's still on the ground. But anyway, I just want you to know that it's a really great place to live. And our entire neighbourhood has spent decades pushing that vision forward. And it's not that we've been pushy. We have never wanted businesses to leave. We have tried to befriend them as best as we can. The huge billboard across the street from us, the only time that was annoying to me was when there was a McDonald's sign that said, honk if you like McDonald's or something like that. It woke us up at 3 o'clock in the morning. But as residents, just the only thing that I could offer as a resident of my current property is my wife Stephanie and I also own 315 Bridge Street, which is actually zoned as a different parcel. And it abuts our neighbours, Peter and Elizabeth Nugent, who just spoke, and Kevin and Melissa Hankins, who live at 16 River Street. And 315 Bridge Street is taxed to us as a separate parcel by the city. And looking at the Salem City's website, up to recently, it seemed that its zoning was slightly different. It was the same zoning as that of Alpha Auto Motors and Foti's Garage. So following the precedent of what is going on here, it's much more plausible for me to build something in my backyard because I can. But my wife and I choose not to do that. We respect the character of our neighbourhood. Maybe we would make money from it or something, but we respect and we look to the long view of seeing how great our entire neighborhood can be. We're seeing how great all of Salem can be with a very nice and complete entrance corridor along Bridge Street from what is currently Dunkin' Donuts, where the Boston Street is, all the way down to where Washington Street is. We hope that eventually that will happen. And given the precedents followed by the FWA proposal, I am very disappointed in our city's leadership that their vision is more aggressive. I hope that this will not be passed. I truly do, because I truly believe that we as a city can hold out for something better. We truly can. There are issues regarding environmental cleanup still, but if need be, they can be addressed with appropriate development. Right now, it is not posing a hazard to anyone because it has been capped. And though not relevant to the issue of zoning, it can be somewhat more manageable financially than what it has been before it was developed as a parking lot. Just one more last thing I'd like to say, please. There are 5 contiguous areas. I don't have handouts, but it's on the Salem website. If you look at the zoning maps, there are 5 contiguous areas that are zoned B4 within Salem. One is at the intersection of Jackson Street and Jefferson Avenue. 2 are at the upper end of Canal Street. 1 is at the top of Bridge Street, and 1 at Palmer Cove by the end of Congress Street. There's only 1 parcel within any of those 5 that seems bigger than the entire combined parcel that is being proposed by FW Webb, and that is Crosby's Marketplace in Canal Street. And that is a place which has a number of small businesses and a very nice local supermarket. Please look at the zoning map and ask yourself, is there any comparable development similar in size to Webb at those 5 zoned locations? I don't think so. It's just not appropriate. All I can say now is that this property in question, it's within a range of a musket shot from the landmark denoting Leslie's Retreat. And it's unfortunate and ironic that a city which prides itself on its history would declare this property surplus for such a short-sighted development. And I truly hope that you will hold out and try and wait for something better to come on. Please, please do not rezone this property. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Redigan. The next person we have is Richard Pabbott. Is he still here? No, I don't believe he's here. Next we have Ann Whittier. Okay. Next is Rich Jagolta, who was here. He's still here? If he is departed. And the last person we have pre-signed up is Constant Arlander.
I defer to someone else.
Okay, thank you. So with that, at this point, we've gone through the list of all the people who have previously signed up, and I thank you all for doing that. What I'd like to do at this point is we will go around the room and see if people who have not already come up and addressed us if they would like to do so. I'll start from the left side of the room and work my way through. Again, if people have not already come up and addressed us. Pro or con? Teasy, you're first on that side. So,
and Mr. President, this is just on the this is on the zoning issue.
Yes,
is that right?
On the zoning side.
Actually, I did sign up, I thought. My name is T.C. Riley Goggin, 9 Wisteria Street. I live in South Salem. I live in at the end of the city where the university, Salem State University, has complete control of zoning in many areas. Beautiful homes up there are now looking up at a garage which is comparable, if not larger than, the parking garage for MBTA out there. When I think of what this beautiful city is becoming, I look at you, Carol Carr, who talked about River Street when you moved in, and about the fact that you looked around and you zoned in on things that would make it more beautiful. To you, Mrs. Seriani, I'm not sure if I'm saying your name correctly, I was completely taken by your deliverance. I thought it was wonderful, and it reminded me of a lady from Goody Clancy, who at times would speak as eloquently as you did this evening.
May I say she was a good friend of mine.
I would like to say that beware of people who take license in your name and then tell you how good it's going to be for you. Anyone years ago who stood before somebody with a tablespoon of cod liver oil and said, "This will be good for you," you know that the aftertaste was something that you will never ever forget, even as you sit here now. I also look and think about Shakespeare and the fact that Macbeth, when he said, "Out, damn spot," I think they were talking about spot zoning. The other thing, too, is I look and say, the aftertaste of the cod liver oil. To you, F.W. Webb, I have the greatest respect for you. We've dealt with you many different times, and I wish you well in finding another area here in the city of Salem. But right now, I am going to plead with you and say, don't make a mistake that was made years ago by not only the planning board, but also by the city council, when they had double meetings on a business park developments, when they were really very interested in just a few choice parcels. I also look at a B5 on Lafayette Street that jumped Harbor Street and landed up at 135 Lafayette when they were developing that St. Joe's. So tonight I will take no more time from you other than the fact that I say to you, the planning board, and to you, the city council, beware of people to take license in your name. You are the people who could take license in our name. Just remember, what you vote, remember the aftertaste of that cod liver oil. Thank you.
Name and address for the record.
My name's Rob Liani. I own Coffee Time Bake Shop on Bridge Street in Salem. And I've heard a lot of concerns, and I realize that a lot of the abutters have legitimate concerns, particularly about being subject to possible pollutants and stuff, and I think those things should be addressed. But, you know, I'd like to say I'm in favor of the proposal because Salem should be more than just a bedroom community. You know, Salem is a diverse community, a fabric of a lot of different things together. This area for zoning, even though it's zoned R2, it has for a long time been in commercial use. I remember when I was 12 years old, bringing silver dimes that I culled out of the coins down to Universal Steel and selling them for 8% over face value. But that's been a commercial. It's been a commercial area for a long time, as well as much of Bridge Street. And really, what they're proposing is really a pretty benign use. And some people, I heard someone say they'd like to see little things like a barber shop or a bakery there, and I'm saying, you'd probably rather have them there than my bakery, because we're open at 5 in the morning until 11 at night, and we're open on Sundays with customers coming and going, and they're closed on Sundays. So I don't think it's that bad of a thing to be next to. And it's certainly better than Universal Steel that was there before, that had been there for so long. And I want to ask the city council and boards to remind you that you're supposed to think about the good of the entire city. And I know there's a lot of people that are very close to this that are, again, very concerned, and you're hearing from a lot of them, but you're not really hearing from the other 95% of the people that aren't coming here tonight. And I'd also want to mention the value of having commercial property in the city. a commercial property pays a higher tax rate than the residential, and they're paying a large amount of taxes, and they're really not taxing the city services. They're not putting more kids in the schools or using city services that way. They pay for their own trash removal. So it's a benefit to all the other residents in the city to have a commercial, venture here paying taxes. Let's see. And, some of the proposals, the first slideshow we saw, and I forget the gentleman's name, when I looked at a couple of those first slides, and it showed the new building next to the old building, and in that, to me, it really didn't look that far out of scale. I mean, it looked like, that doesn't look that bad. It's smaller than the building right next to it. It seems to me like it looked like it fit in. And then I thought later on, he was really comparing apples to oranges. You can't compare house lot sizes to a commercial lot size. It's comparing one thing to something else. It's not fair for the argument, I didn't think. And no one's proposing tearing down 24 houses on River Street or Federal Street and putting it there. I mean, that's not what they're proposing, and I really don't think that was a fair argument to make, or a fair picture to show. But anyways, that's pretty much the points I wanted to make about the zoning is important. It's important to have commercial property in the city. It helps everyone else financially, the people that live near there and everywhere else in the city. And I'd just like you to take all that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Liani. Yes.
Patrick Deulis, 6 Seymour Street, Salem. I would also like to offer my support for the Webb proposal. Zoning in an old urban city like Salem is challenging, and I know that this council over the years has made attempts at rezoning certain areas, including the North River Canal corridor, and I don't know of any project along that corridor that was permitted as of right since that zoning change was approved. So it suggests to me that maybe that zoning ordinance that was adopted for that area was not appropriate for the uses envisioned by people who would actually develop those parcels. So we have a business who wants to grow its business next door to its existing facility. So in that respect, it's compatible with its immediate neighbor. Granted, the Federal Street neighborhood abuts that, but there are protections in place as the project advances through the permitting process that can address those neighborhood concerns. So all I would ask is not to make a decision at this level on a zoning change, that the concerns expressed tonight are more appropriate for the boards that will hear the proposal in greater detail. And I would just ask that, in echoing Rob's comments, Salem needs to retain and grow business and attract new business. And if we can't keep an existing business, it sends the wrong message to businesses who might want to locate here. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deulis. Anyone else from the room? Yes, in the back, in the hallway.
Good evening. Mayor Driscoll, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be very brief. I'm here tonight because I am in support of the expansion of FW Webb. My name's Dave DePiro. I currently live in Peabody, and I live there with my wife and 3 daughters. I'm a former Salem resident. I started working for FW Webb at 295 Bridge Street in 1979, when we had 10 locations located throughout New England. From that time on, FW Webb has always focused on growth, resulting in long-term business relationships and lasting friendships. FW Webb on Bridge Street in Salem is where our clientele and the customers I work with every day have come to rely on me for help, and where they reward us with their business. It's my hopes that we are allowed to stay on Bridge Street to continue serving our customers and the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the entrance area? Anybody else over there? Any around the room? Flora? Name and address for the record.
Flort on that. I've been a Salem resident for 17 years, a business owner for 13 years in Salem. So I've been listening to what everybody's been saying, and I'm speaking here to, in support of Webb, and it's kind of like a catch-22 thing, it sounds like, because it's R2 zone, but because of the contamination, you cannot build on it as a R2 residential. And then if you change it to B2 or B3, it's a spot zoning. So that's a little confusing, but I'm in support of Webb because because of that health hazard. I like to see it cleaned up. I mean, it's right in their backyard. It's where people walk by. There's pollutants. I don't know all the detail like that Lisa person, what it takes to clean it up, but I'd love to see it cleaned up and move Salem forward and out of the industrial pass. Like to see, this is a good opportunity for Webb to expand, but I think it's an excellent opportunity for us in Salem to really clean up this health hazard, redevelop, reuse this blighted eyesore. We want to keep and gain stakeholders that would assist in the fixing and maintaining of Bridge Street. And again, through the city's permitting system, a lot of the longstanding issues that we have tolerated for decades will be addressed or improved. The flooding, the drainage problems, traffic impact, building and landscaping design, street lighting and all that. And that permitting process will also, right now the building is aesthetically not as pleasing as what people see as historic, but I'm sure that, like the Lafayette project, that they'll listen to the neighbors and work together and hopefully come to something that everybody can live with. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience who has not yet spoken who'd like to? Go, come on.
Give a video.
Name and address for the record.
I'm going to try to amend a lot of this and shorten it down, but I just
Can you still
wanted
do
to-
name and address for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes,
My
we
name
do.
is Ann Whittier. I live at 10 River Street, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. When I studied urban planning at Salem State, I learned that the width of a street and the scale of the buildings were paramount in determining the quality of life and the neighborly feelings that developed on a street. The small scale of River and Beckford streets make it easy to become neighborly, to know who might be ill and need soup, who might lend a ladder, where to go for a cup of sugar. We have learned in the 30 years since my husband built our house on River Street, by himself, by hand, how important it is to have good neighbors and be a good neighbor. I've heard members of our city government contend that F.W. Webb is a good neighbor, that their development is a good plan for the city. And while I have nothing but respect for F.W. Webb as a successful company, I do not agree with that contention. A good neighbor does not debase the hard work and preservation efforts of its neighbors. A good neighbor is considerate of the peace, privacy, and property values of its neighbors. My property value is slated, if this development goes in, is slated to plunge by a minimum of $65,000. And I should be embarrassed to say this, but that's more than I make in 2 years. Now, when my city government asks me to accept this, a good neighbor doesn't rumble noisy vehicles by, doesn't dig up. You've heard all that. I've heard it said that in opposing the plan, we're elitists. Well, for 30 years, we've lived across the fence from an auto repair shop, looked at a rusty billboard, put up with a train idling all night for several nights in a row on summer nights when our houses filled up with diesel. But that's life. For months, we stumbled around blindly because misaligned lights were put into the Leslie's Retreat Park that pointed right into our bedroom windows and onto our porches. I hear it said that the residents of River Street and Beckford Street want the city to provide them with a parking lot. We don't use that parking lot. What we want the city to provide is a promise that capped contaminants that lie beneath the soil will not be dredged up again and sent off on the breeze through the windows of our littlest neighbors. I've heard it said that in opposing this plan we're NIMBYs. Well, you know what? I'll accept that. This planned development will be in my backyard. This planned outside pipe storage area with its attendant forklifts and clanking bedlam is less than 11 yards from the rear wall of my house. It's 9 yards from the porch where my husband and I like to sit after work and enjoy a glass of wine. I wonder, is this what we worked for so hard all these years? Is this why my husband, when he built our house in River Street, towed the line for the rules and regulations of not only R2 zoning, but the historic district rules and regulations? He redesigned the roof line so it would look more compatible. We had to re-pour the foundation so we would have the proper alignment with the sidewalk at the time. Like Dan said, I thought, oh my God. Now I realize, yes, because it made a streetscape like you saw in that image that frankly I think is beautiful. In the meantime, we did all that other stuff with the North River Canal Corridor, and now we're ready to retire, but the city doesn't seem to want to give us the peace that I think we deserve after all this. I've been in Salem for 45 years, but I grew up in Marblehead, and I'll tell you this, Marbleheaders are appreciative of what they have. They respect their town, and they preserve its integrity with grit and determination. While Salem's fabulous history and outstanding architecture is constantly at risk from unsound planning, our city government is ready to give spot zoning for a development in the wrong place. I believe F.W. Webb should move away from this historic floodplain to higher ground elsewhere in the city where it can settle permanently into a proper and properly zoned district. Thank you.
Thank you, Whittier. Anybody else here in the room that has not spoken that would like to address council and the planning board? We'll do that now. Otherwise, if we don't have anybody remaining for the comment here, if a member wants to make a motion.
I'd like to speak.
Okay, Council Sergeant.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, my first interest in zoning came probably as a young boy when I had 2 leather factories on my street. And I'd ask my father why we have to walk through all kinds of slop on the street from the leather factories and the trucks dripping. And they said, well, that's from a time when people walked to work and the businesses were all in the neighborhoods. Well, things have changed and we've tried to move away from that to a future. I know the woman mentioned being called a NIMBY. And that's, of course, caring about your neighborhood passionately. But there's also an acronym I put forward as ALNIMBY. That's somebody who, as long as it's not in their neighborhood, they don't really give a damn. It's not bothering them. And that's not fair at all either. When somebody has an issue, I go by their house and I put myself living and sleeping in their house and seeing what their quality of life is like. And why should I treat that any different than I treat my own? You know. Also, when I was a young boy, I walked by them and watched them tear down the Paramount Theater under the guise of Historic City. It wasn't just the last theater that had live shows. It wasn't just a theater that had live shows. It was the last one we had. And we tore it down to build Elmy's parking garage. Not quite the Paramount Theater. And to this day, I wish we still had the Paramount Theater here. So I've got a great deal of respect for our past city councils and our history and our past planning boards. Okay? They didn't zone that land R2 in a vacuum. They didn't spin a wheel and up came R2. They looked at what was going on. They looked at things like leather factories on people's streets and where can we put them in the future. They looked at business and residential being too close together as we got more automobiles, more traffic, and with an eye towards quality of life. When they zoned it R2, they made the Swampscott Road Industrial Park. And I truly believe up in that neighborhood is where this should go. This is where thermal circuits went. It's where Salem Glass went. And the neighborhoods around them improved afterwards. It did what the former planning board and city councils wanted to do. Brought industry up to an industrial area and made the life in that neighborhood better than it was before they left. Okay? They planned 50 years ahead, those planning boards. Look at some of the things they did. They planned our sewer lines so big that we could expand. We didn't have to dig holes and make new sewer lines. Some 30 years ago, they lined them with PVC because they were so big they could take that instead of having to dig them up and build larger ones. We have no railroad crossings in Salem. We have the Jefferson Avenue Bridge and we have the overpass, which took out some 50, 60 buildings to do it, and traffic used to back up all the way to Marblehead when the trains went by. They had that kind of foresight to do those kind of things. If we change what they did, we're going from 50-year planning to 5-minute planning. They planned for what they wanted. We're starting to plan for what somebody else wants for us, and I just don't think that's fair, okay? Oops. Thank you.
Unwanted commentary from Siri.
Thank you, Siri.
Thank you, Siri.
We should really respect their vision that they had. And that vision didn't include expanding those businesses into the residential neighborhoods, okay? You know, we may own that land, anybody can own land, but we own this land, and of course we own it. But I truly believe the neighborhood owns the zoning. It's what gives their house value. People say location, location, location. It's location and the zoning around that location, as these people are seeing what might happen to them. They bought their house knowing there was R2 zoning there, respected that, and that's what they built and improved their houses upon. And this is going to be taken all away from them if we change that zoning, okay? Look what we do if we go to the planning board. If a developer has zoning by right, we have to explain to all of our constituents, I'm sorry, that can be built there. These people have zoning by right. We'll try to get you the best setbacks we can, et cetera, et cetera. But when the neighborhood has zoning by right, what do? Do we say to the developer, geez, I'm sorry you can't build there, the neighborhood has zoning by right? No, we change the zoning. So when commercial entities have zoning on their side, they win. When the neighborhood has zoning on their side, the commercial entities win too. How fair is that for us to treat our constituents and the people around the city like that? Okay? I'm not just worried about this neighborhood, it's every single neighborhood in Salem. It seems like there's something going on and some issues like this that are so divisive. We should be working way more better with our people together, not like that, okay? And besides, I never look at the residential homeowners as residential people. They're they're taxpayers and they're business customers. There's no business that can stand by itself and make an income without people walking through the door. Residential people, residential customers that already worked hard and paid taxes on the money they made, come in their door and spend that money in a business and indirectly pay that business taxes. We should respect that. That's the largest economic engine in the city, is the people that work hard, own property, pay taxes, and support the businesses. We should be treating them with a lot more respect, okay? I'd like to end to not support the neighborhood people. It's been said that to not support the business sends the wrong message to business that might want to move to the city. To do what we're proposing to do to this neighborhood sends the wrong message to somebody who we might want to have come to Salem and buy a house and raise their children and their family here. So we may be keeping people who want to come and live here and buy property and raise their family from moving to Salem if they keep reading the paper and see that the neighborhoods are under assault like that. Let's get Webb in Salem up to a place where they can expand to and keep them here, but keep the neighborhoods intact, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. If the councilors wish commentary or make a motion? Oh, Councilor Epley?
I move to close the public hearing.
Councilor Epley moves to close the public hearing.
Under discussion.
Under discussion.
We may have, if we close the public hearing, nobody can come to the planning board and ask the question. I ask that we keep the public hearing open and send it over to the planning board with an open public hearing where people come and ask a question. Yes, we can.
You can't.
We can do that.
No, you cannot.
And we have in the past. Why aren't we able to do that? Why aren't we able to, is this a public hearing?
Mr. President?
It's a public process there.
Point of order here. I'll
Okay.
ask is that an option in the process?
Not to my knowledge. My understanding is we close the public hearing, the city planner can correct me if I'm wrong, and then you refer it to the planning board for their deliberation to report back to you within 14 days.
Then we take a vote.
We can keep it open. Mr. President, the planning board is a public meeting. People come to those public meetings. If we close the public hearing, they can't speak. We
don't
can
close the
continue the
public hearing,
public
they
hearing
can't.
to a future date, and we put this over to the planning board. It's been done many times in the past for this very reason. If we are to have an open and transparent process in the city, sir.
Let's speak to specifically to what is legally permissible here. And I'll ask our planning director if there's any.
Thank you. So I just want to concur with the city solicitor. A public hearing needs to be, so this is a joint public hearing. So a joint public hearing needs to be either closed or continued to a time and date certain. That would mean both council and planning board would meet together again for a continued public hearing. We cannot close it here and then have the planning board entertain comment because we would not have advertised it as a public hearing. So that becomes inequitable and would not follow the legal process. If there's a feeling that there are comments on zoning that have not been made tonight, then both full bodies should, heaven help me, continue this public hearing. But I think that most comments have been made, in which case the appropriate response would be to close this hearing, refer it to the planning board. The planning board will deliberate in public and reach a recommendation. Now, I would not actually be expecting city council to vote on the rezoning until all the other public hearing issues are resolved as well. So it doesn't, I think there are 90 days from when the zoning ordinance was submitted to you. So there is, it was just resubmitted, I believe January 6th. So there is ample time for all of the issues to be taken up and for council to not act yet on zoning. But the logical, unless we want to try to reschedule the public hearing, would be that all comments have been heard tonight. That's fairest for all parties. Planning board will deliberate in open on their deliberation and recommendation to council.
Also, Councilor, on the return of that to the city council from the planning board with their recommendation on it, we don't have to adopt that measure immediately. We can refer it back to our own committee and then continue this with the public at that point.
No, thank you. Just a little bit more. We can, but we're gonna have a planning board meeting, and there's gonna be some very knowledgeable questions asked and some answers given. So somebody could be in the audience, and with no ill intent, hear something that isn't factual, that he may know whether he know the law, the zoning, the neighborhood, and have to stand there and be completely quiet, not be able to say, I'm sorry, that's not correct. Can't even make a comment. We can continue this meeting to another date, and the planning board can still have their meetings.
No, they cannot. No, that is not correct, Councilor.
Right?
Councilor Fury.
Right.
Mr. President, fellow members, I have the highest respect for the planning board. If you look at the members of the planning board, they're very top-notch professionals. They've served us in a very distinguished professional way over the years. In my future life, I would love to serve on the planning board myself. I think they have a signature statement that's professional in the entire city of Salem. This is a political board, the city council. It's elected. They are professional people. They've handled some tough issues. And let me, if I may, we are a city of neighborhoods, which have had businesses in them for generations. It has been a winning partnership that makes Salem very special. We need to have local businesses like Webb to invest and to renew in the city of Salem. We are a great city that most cities and towns would give their right arm for in this economic situation that we're in. Each of our 5 economic engines are now expanding. The Peabody Essex Museum, which I work at. Now, I can remember a fight about 12 or 13 years ago that many of you went to about the city giving a street away called Liberty Street to the big bad museum, David and Goliath. And look where we are now with the Peabody Essex Museum, a world-renowned museum. Extending now a further $200 million addition on the other side of that $300 million addition. Courthouses that will be reopening in September, the probate court, where I adopted some of my sons, probate court. Footprint is investing $1 billion in the planning board has had major impact on it. Major. I went to many of the meetings on footprint, the courthouses, the Peabody Essex Museum, Salem Hospital, which is coming about very soon, Salem State University. I've been to the meetings. I have the highest integrity and respect. In fact, I come out publicly now. I was against the Council on Aging, and I spoke up against the Council on Aging on Bridge Street recently. But you respected me. You have the integrity that we need in this city. So I think it should go. We've had Coffee Time extend its life, at least into Salem. Rob Leonardi. The best in Salem, Rob Leonardi. Coffee Time Bakery. Garden Mattress. I sleep on one. Landry Carey. Rugs. On Bridge Street, not too far from F.W. Webb. I think the mayor forgot one TIF right across the street from F.W. Webb, O'Rourke. I have a eternal condominium in the local cemetery from Rourke Memorials. They stayed in Salem. They invested in Salem, right across the street. Tri-City Sales, not too far from where the mayor lives. Neighbors all around. The planning board did a very good job on that. Listening to neighbors, listening to the zoning. A Dunkin' Donuts, a Tri-City Sales, all compatible in a neighborhood. Yes. Bob's Fried Clam, I just ate there last night. Bob's Fried Clam. A Dunkin' Donuts took them over, bought them out. They moved across the street. The neighbors didn't complain. In fact, the neighbors behind Bob's Fried Clam were supportive. If I may check on Councilor of Ward 4 back then, they were for Walmart back then. So I think we should give the chance to the planning board for their professional judgment, for the integrity of Salem, then to come back to Salem. And I respect your judgment. So I'm going to send it over, I'm going to vote for sending it over to the planning board for their judgment. And we've all had the highest respect for them over the years. Give them a chance to deliberate, come back to us, we'll have some more discussion and debates. I think it's worth the debate and discussion. Thank you.
Councilman McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to stand up and say, first of all, thank you for everyone who came out tonight, brought presentations, had their comments. But this is just the first step. This is the first night of many nights that we're all going to get together in a room like this and have discussions about this proposal. So we don't even know which way we're going yet. I mean, as we've done in the past, we closed the hearing because everyone's had a chance. Unless there's someone out in the hallway that hasn't said anything. We close the public hearing and refer it over. Their referral may come back that the planning board may decide to keep it R2. They say, you know what, we heard everybody in the room, we don't agree with it, we think it should stay R2, you guys deal with it. That's what could come back. We have no idea what's going to come back, but when it does come back, this body will once again have a choice. Either vote on the proposal as it comes back, or send it to committee, send it to the committee of the whole, and have another discussion about what their recommendations were back to us. That's how it works. So, I mean, and after that, if someone's willing to close the meeting and move it on, after that, I'll be more than happy to figure out when we're going to have a meeting, the next meeting on one of these topics, other than tonight, unless the will is to stay, which is fine with me. But if someone's willing to move the hearing on, pick one, so at some point next week, I'm more than willing to do that. But I'll leave that to the will of the body. But as it stands in front of us, as what's happened in the past, and the few times that I've been in this chamber relative to zoning, after we have this joint public hearing, we close the meeting, they deliberate, they make a recommendation back, we either adopt that recommendation as presented back to us, or we refer it to committee to have a further discussion before. We may want to tweak it, we may want to add to it before we decide whether or not we're going to adopt it. And at that point, we've all pretty much committed to the fact that if they bring it back to us, we're not going to move on this proposal, whatever it is, until, if it comes down to the point that Webb is, if it comes back, they recommend, whatever their recommendation is, say it is B4. I'm hypothetical, I'm not predicting anything. And Webb goes through the process and they determine they want to buy it and we all agree that that's the best idea, then we talk about zoning again. No one's talking about zoning the thing, because I agree with a lot what's been said. I don't want an open-ended zoning and then Webb walks away. So, and with all due respect to everybody, I want to thank everyone for their comments, and I've tried to listen to everyone attentively. The process has always been close it, let them refer back, and I think that's what we should do. And then I will entertain any idea of anyone in the room with regards to the rest of the stuff on the agenda tonight.
Councilor Famico.
Thank you, Mr. President. It'd be through you, and I'm not sure if it'd be to the city clerk or the city solicitor. Just as a point of clarification, so say we refer this to planning, and they have the deliberations, it's referred back to us. Could anyone that say that was present at that planning meeting speak during the public testimony part of our meeting, as it'd be listed on our agenda, whether or not there was an inaccuracy or something that they found more knowledge about, such as the at-large counselor mentioned?
Of course.
That's yes.
Councilor Ryan.
I wasn't going to say anything. I'm tired, so I don't know. I agree with Councilor Sargent. You got to put, as a councilor, you got to put yourself in the neighbor's place, but you got to look at the whole city too. Questions I ask myself as far as just the zoning is, if this project wasn't in front of us, would we be changing the zoning? And is there other areas in the city that we need to change the zoning? But then on the flip side, you got all these people, the neighbors that are against the project zoning, all say FW Webb's a great company, is there. If they were building if that building they're in now wasn't there and they were building that, would you fight that? You got to ask yourself that question too. So.
Thank you. So we have I'll allow Mayor Driscoll up one more time, and then let's see what the will is here. Mayor?
Thank you. I know the hour's late, so I'm going to be brief. I just wanted to, as we close up, so many people came out. I really want to express my thanks and gratitude. It's pretty clear that the people here care about their neighborhood, and I want it to be clear that I care about it too. That's why we're having this process. We just didn't auction it off, that we really wanted to seek input and end up with a quality corridor along Bridge Street. I was thrilled to hear enthusiasm for many of the projects that are either permitted or going through the permitting phase along Bridge Street. That's not something that we've seen in great mass, and there was a lot of enthusiasm for the direction along that corridor. And the input that was raised today, the questions, the comments, this is the first public hearing we've had, so we could get all that in. There have been lots of public meetings, smaller abutter meetings, but to hear that is helpful. It's helpful to the process. It's also helpful to make sure we're adequate in terms of clarifying things and better understanding the concerns that neighbors have raised. But I also think it heightens this nature that I have of like two Bridge Streets. The perspective that people have about Bridge Street can be very different. I think it's fair to say you can have honest disagreements or an honest debate about that Bridge Street corridor. Is it more commercial, or is it an extension of a historic district? What's going on there, and what the future of that site holds? And I think we heard a lot from folks about how they'd like to shape it, and I think there's a lot of value in that. But I think there is a need for some clarifications around NRCC and what happened. The parcel here and the adjacent parcels next to it are R2. They've been R2 since the 60s when that zoning was put in place. The Webb's building was rezoned as part of NRCC. So I want to make sure that was clear, because I thought there were certainly some discussions about NRCC and the value, and if this were NRCC, how beneficial that would be. The only places that were NRCC, when you get to this end of Bridge Street, are the existing Webb's building, and then you go across the street. It's primarily the rail line and Leslie's Retreat Park. So there's not, I would say, a lot of development opportunities going on there. We hope, obviously, to continue to improve the corridor, as I talked about. But the Webb's building was an outpost, the current brick building. What's allowed in NRCC, right? That seems to be something that people are enthusiastic about. Well, it's got a 40-foot height restriction. It allows manufacturing. It allows a host of things. And I raise that because I don't think there's any perfect zoning, right? We're always trying to work towards defining an area that we'd like to shape it, how we'd like it to be. But I don't know that if we came in with a 40-foot building proposed for that site, which would be allowed if it was NRCC, that we'd all be excited about that. There have been other occasions when we've come in and sort of looked at a parcel to rezone. That's the Irving Oil site up on Highland Avenue. That's St. Joseph's Church. That's Salem Jail. Those were some that just came to my mind right away. Some of that we dragged the zoning from next door. Some of it was a whole new zoning. So it's not spot zoning. I know it's easy to think of that intuitively, like it's one parcel, but it's not. The city solicitor can clarify that. We've clarified it with these other proposals. I'm sure the planning board will ask for that legal opinion, as they have in the past. We'll be able to put that into place. But mostly I want to say, I think there's room to try and get this project right. This site is pretty toxic. We're paying for the sins of the past, right? This was a huge industrial site that left remnants of all kinds of bad stuff. I'm super concerned about it too. We're using it as a temporary parking lot. That was always the intention. This thing owed us significant dollars in tax revenue. I think there's an opportunity to partner and try and address the concerns, very valid concerns that were raised tonight, and work with an existing business. Many people got up and said how much they support and appreciate and value, and find some middle ground. This is the process, though, that needs to be followed in terms of having a zoning hearing, all the other things, all the other components. We're at the beginning of it. I'm not trying to create hostilities or divisiveness. I think many of you like the direction things are heading. I work like 24/7 trying to improve our community, support it, promote it, get a high quality of life, have businesses grow, but make sure residents are being heard, working on schools to planning. I'm in love with this place. I can't help it. It's a sickness. But it's awesome, and it's hard. And it's hard when we talk about a business that's been here for a long time, does great work. Residents who live here have invested in their properties. They want something good too. But I think we do a pretty good job of trying to balance those things. And I've yet to find the project we've totally messed up on when I think about the planning board and bringing together issues and concerns. And we heard a lot of them today. They heard them too. So I'm hopeful that we can figure out a process that people think is fair, and that we can get to a point where we're supporting a local business, recognizing the benefits that they deliver to us while addressing the concerns that were raised by residents. So I want to thank everybody for coming out. We got a long way to go, but I appreciate the time and effort.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Epley has the motion to close the public hearing. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Second? So we have a second on that? Yes? Pardon?
I haven't heard mention of some written documents. Some people that were against the meeting tonight submitted some written comments. I just want to make sure those are added to the record.
The name?
Yeah, Brody Seaport.
Yep. Quickly, just with a summary, we have a letter of support from Brody Seaport, a letter of support from ERC Wiping, FA Sudden Service, O'Connell Plumbing.
Is this our calendar?
I'd suggest 2 weeks from today, potentially, if that's meets with muster.
What date is it?
The date 2 weeks from today is February 9th, I believe.
Yeah.
Mr. President?
Yes. Let me move for a brief recess, approximately 2 minutes to let everybody clear out so we can do the housekeeping of figuring out when we'll have this. Yeah.
Mr. President, let's just pick a date. I mean, everyone's here, they're gonna wanna know what the date is. Let's pick a date and adjourn.
I say February 9th, 2 weeks from today.
That works for me.
I was going to suggest an off Thursday. Like
an off Thursday?
A non-city council meeting Thursday.
That would mean that you couldn't go to the planning board.
Check the calendar now.
It's a bad day.
February 9th.
works.
Bad day?
The 9th. The 9th.
We have a committee meeting already scheduled for the,
Thank you.
Can we keep the councilors in their seats, please? So we can try and settle this out.
Take it the first, Wednesday, the first.
I used to have a swing like that.
Looking for Monday.
A swing like that.
Next Monday is probably too soon to do that. Councilor Milo, yes.
Mr. President, move
not
for a
getting very
2-minute recess?
Pardon?
Are we in recess? For a recess to let everybody leave? Did we
Yeah, I
decide
tried
on
to do
date?
that. We kept on going. We will announce it out, the date that's rescheduled to, so it's going to be announced in the regular meeting. Let's take the recess and let us figure it out, so.
2-minute recess to pick a date.
I know, buried. I saw Amanda with the laptop and everything, and I was like, oh God. No, she's got it. No, yeah. Yeah, she's got it.
I'm not getting up.
This is from you, from Ms. Spence.
No, she's I know. Later. We'll catch up soon. Yeah, that would be nice. We gotta find ourselves a cocktail. What is that?
We'll get a consensus
What
on
is
that from the
that?
group, and then officially do that. So.
9th works?
Just leave that, just leave one third date on.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
No, I was just thinking of trying to do it on the off Thursday. We're trying to move one of the committee meetings to them.
I know the 8th, I got a historic Derby Street meeting. 9th is a Mac Park meeting?
The Mac Park meeting is at 7 o'clock.
Oh, this is going to take long.
What?
It'll take long.
So
Just
either
go with
do
the
it another
Thursday
week
opposite
or
the-
Matt
go with
Park has to
whatever
move.
date that is. Even though we're not debating this issue,
We're not a quorum.
go the 4th.
Yeah, as long as that's.
Or the 18th, either the 4th or the 18th.
The 4th at 6:30.
Yeah. Because the 8th is the Mac,
Does
the
that
8th
give
is the
it-
Mac Park.
Would the
We're here
fourth,
the 4th
hey,
anyway.
Cheryl, would the fourth give you enough time to
What do you mean we're here the
advertise?
4th?
Okay, the fourth doesn't give Cheryl enough time to advertise.
Six?
Thursday, the 18th. Sounds doable?
We can have other things on the same night.
Just take up one of them. Well, we should have taken up surplus
Anything past that,
6 months ago.
because I'm getting ready for election.
All right, if we can get everybody, all the members back to their seats.
What is next week?
Pick a date. Pick a date. Hey, how are you? I'm well. That's
Guy
good.
left them on the chair to pass around. I'll just pass them right around the half and a half down this way. You're like 4 to put them in here.
We have a council meeting on the
11th
11th.
and then
Yeah.
the 25th.
the 9th is
The 18th is Councilor Fury, so let me, we're not back in session quite yet, but, all right.
Good.
All right,
Pass them down the other side.
motion to resume.
So moved.
Thank you. So, in discussion, Councilor Fury suggests that we, for a date certain, that we move this to Thursday, February 18th. Does that work for people?
Yes.
That work, okay.
Why, what's that?
Thursday,
I will not be available that date.
pardon?
I will not be available that date. If I may I suggest Thursday, the 4th? We're already here for a short meeting.
Doesn't give her enough time to
That's-
advertise.
Doesn't give enough time to post.
Sorry.
Here, try.
Good try.
No, that's fine.
Hey, let me look at my calendar.
Go the 16th then. Or do.
Just a 48-hour notice, right?
I don't have to
Yeah,
advertise.
hold on.
Oh, I thought
On
that's what.
continuation?
February 4th.
Oh, wait a minute. This isn't a continuation. It's a public hearing.
This is to convene. This is not a continuation. We're,
But you could
Sorry.
open, you would want to go ahead and continue, which is essentially what you're doing.
Right.
That's
correct.
Yeah, correct. Open them all.
So you have to open all of them.
okay, so,
Just leave them all open. We don't have to deal with all of them. What's the 4th? What meeting is that?
so,
I'll just cancel that.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Would it make sense through the process to wait until we get the referral back from the planning board?
No.
No.
All different.
Well, they're different, but they're interrelated.
so when we
We're gonna,
have the, Councilor Epley.
I don't think we need to wait. I think we should go ahead and proceed with our public hearings, just so that we can stay on task with all of the other things. It's sort of like
Okay.
a whole bunch of balls in the air, basically, right? So if I may, if I could suggest to the Dean of the Council, if we could amend that request to February the 4th for a continuation of the outstanding public hearings that are still yet to be truly open, that I think keeps us on task.
And at least begins them. Councilor McCarthy?
Thank you. At that same point, I would also ask the Chair of Government Services to reconsider the meeting she has posted for that night. I mean, obviously, I realize that matters of concern, but there are other dates available where just that committee is available, and this seems to be the only date that all of us can be able to reconvene. So we don't have to, but that would just be setting the time. Right now, I think Government Services is at 6. So, I mean, we could try 6:30, but I don't know if
No,
that matter can be resolved
we
in
already
half
have
an
a
hour.
scheduled hearing, so. All right, so we have on the floor, and we don't have it as a motion yet, but if somebody wants to make that as a motion to, right? Open the, so, okay, so we'll do it that way. That's, all right, so, City of Salem joint public hearing of the City Council, sorry, no, that's got that one already. Public hearing in the City Council relative to declaring a parcel of land as surplus located at 297-305 Bridge Street, Lot 1 containing 52,491 square feet, Parcel B containing 1,260 square feet, and Parcel A containing 2,035 square feet. So, now we have the motion. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that this matter be referred to...
Or continued.
Continue to meeting on February 4th.
Councilor McCarthy, at time, say 6.
6:30.
6:30.
Okay. Councilor McCarthy moves that this be continued to February 4th, 2016 at 6:30 p.m.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councilor Gerard. All those in favor? Opposed? So moved. Public hearing of the City Council on the discontinuance of a public way known as Beckford Way, a.k.a. Beckford Street Extension. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that this matter be continued to February 4th at 6:30.
Councilor McCarthy moves that this matter be continued to February 4th at 6:30.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Gerard. All those in favor? Opposed? So moved. Public hearing of the City Council to convey a portion of 297 Bridge Street, 1,260 square feet, known as Parcel B, to Sun King LLC for the sum of $10,001 with a permanent pedestrian and vehicular access on the entire parcel for the benefit of 3032 Beckford Street. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that this public hearing be continued to February 4th at 6:30 p.m.
Councilor McCarthy moves that
Second.
this be continued to February 4th at 6:30 p.m., seconded by Councilor Gerard. All those in favor? Opposed? So moved. Public hearing in the City Council on land disposition agreement and convey a portion, 297 Bridge Street, 52,491 square feet, former Universal Steel, and 311 Bridge Street, 2,015 square feet, to Sun King LLC, affiliate of FW Web Company, for the sum of $990,000. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that this public hearing be continued to February 4th at 6:30 p.m.
Councilor McCarthy moves that this matter be continued to February 4th at 6:30 p.m.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Gerard. All those in favor? Opposed? So moved.
Nice job, Grasshopper.
Motion to adjourn?
Councilor Fury moves we adjourn. All those in favor? Opposed? So moved.
Okay.
What are we going to take home?